Howdy, folks. Sorry about that. Um, Looks like the stream again not doing so hot. I believe. I don't know why it would be doing that. But it does look like the Eagles, and again, it's because it crashed. It didn't save my stuff. So apologies there. Again, the Eagles looks like they just recently dropped in an already LMG King going down pretty quick. Gonna get picked up by Nightmare, brought into the building so that they can be rezzed. But Swifty here, gonna try to group in with the team. Gonna hold this stairwell here. As they did, LMG King does get up, which is great to see. And with that, now access and control of the building, they're going to be able to fire in range, and that's exactly what we see from Swifty. To use those buildings to their advantage and fire down shots down range, getting a lot of damage there on the Swifty shields. Going to need to regress here, as it looks like they were able to get some good damage out. Gets the down on one, a down on another, and then finishing them off real quickly. Need to find the last couple players, though. 2 eliminations in favor of the Eagles, though. LMG King pushing through. Gonna need to get through these enemy. And that is the last player on that team. Getting a full team wipe there. Does look like at the cost of Nightmare's life, unfortunately. But it looks like they're able to get that reboot right on in. So no big deal there. As now Nightmare going to get rebooted up in that great fight going in favor of the Eagles. Yeah, it looked like it is possible that the fight that they were fighting a team that was trying to reboot their ally as it was. And because of that, they probably were down a little bit, and due to that, they just had a really good advantage in fighting that fight while they were just trying to recuperate from a possible lost fight. And that's going to go the favor of the Eagles there. And so now the Eagles probably going to have to be a little cautious, as there might be some other teams that might have caught wind of their fight. But in the meantime, they're going to try to loot on up. As we see, looking at their loot, a lot of green tier weapons. We do see Nightmare does have a legendary, an orange tier weapon. So that's going to be a big deal, but everyone else doesn't seem to have crazy gear. Again, Nightmare only has that orange tier, but has a lot of green tier weapons. Swifty as well, only having green tier weapons. So they're going to also replenish their resources here, getting that wood, that stone, that metal, so that they can better replenish their resources going into the next fight after they used a lot of them for that fight. LMG King does put the ping out to try to move on out, but I'm not sure. Not sure the team is fully with it, with that call. As yeah, LMG King pushing through. Nightmare going to catch up with the car. Swifty does not have that car quite yet. Was going to elect to take the bridge instead, maintaining that high ground position. A point of order here, as you might already have noticed, the Silver Eagles team has been down a whole player this entire time. Fortunately, things come up, and due to that, they weren't able to. The MJ King wasn't able to make it, and so instead, we've got 3 players coming in, and so for a team of 3 to overtake what we can only assume to be many teams of 4 is quite a feat and shows the skill of these silver players. And so getting ready to go on through. So getting all ready here as they're getting going.
Wait. Launchpad.
You heard a couple words there quickly. Sorry about that. Looks like they're getting set up, trying to get more gear, is what it sounded like, really quick. Now in a pretty wide open space, gonna get a lot of scouting positions here in this little gulch. Gonna use that water to kind of zoom on through. Swifty spotting it out from the high ground with that sniper. Gonna try to hold it off, at the very least start pinging and start calling out the shots. LMG King takes the first couple shots though. Swifty gonna follow it through with those sniper shots. Gonna try to find it. Nightmare gonna push on up with the team to try and get that rocket launcher there to come through. No build necessary coming from Swifty and the team, as they just need to use that ground as cover. LMG King does go down. Nightmare coming in for a rescue. See that fire on the ground, probably coming from one of those really strong rocket launchers. Swifty giving cover fire so that LMG King can be rezzed going into it. But it is taking a lot of time. Nightmare even taking some damage and unfortunately going to go down. No, it looks like LMG King went down, but Nightmare still up and running. Now Swifty going to go down. It's just Nightmare now, and Nightmare is going to try to retreat into the fight here. So again, Swifty. Oh, Strange. And that's going to be, looks like they did get quickly eliminated there. Not much team to be said there. And with that, that's going to be it. What is it still? So we're going to check out now the Marvel's gameplay here as we set up for them. See if they are still alive. And it looks like they are just barely getting out alive here, as a lot does seem to be going on. Oh, and with that though, as I was had my back turned a little bit, they did get quickly eliminated and placed 5th in the end. So that's going to be our both rounds there. I guess we'll be right back with as we set up for that. I don't know what all the technical issues are today, so apologies there, as this is day 2, but we'll see how it goes into the 3rd round now, as that was the 2nd of our Fortnite Silver matches. Stick around for more of that. We'll be right back.
Yeah, I'm not gonna rip it. Sigma's one hit. Sigma's down. Alright. Head back up. Alright, root for telling.
Esports is a multi-billion-dollar industry. We're taking that and we're delivering it to elementary and middle school kids. We're bridging the gap between conventional athletics and competitive gaming.
Yo, you guys are getting pretty wrecked by Dad, alright. Push up with me.
What brought me to XP League is the experience of my children. I had always hoped and wanted them to be a part of a youth athletics team. They all love competitive gaming, so why not marry their passion with what I'm hoping for them to learn and achieve, and put healthy, solid values in place in something that the kids want to do and are excited about doing. XP League allows kids who aren't interested in sports to gain that same coach-led experience that you would get playing hockey or baseball. And we found a way to deliver that as a business model that is not only successful for the kids who participate in it, but it's also successful for the franchisees who get involved.
The first XP coin going out to Jason.
Through a partnership with the Positive Coaching Alliance, our coaches go through a double goal certification. They learn not only how to work through the strategies of the different games they're playing, but they also work through how to impact these kids' lives in a positive way. They get to mark and highlight behaviors and attributes that will lead to long-term life skills.
Focus more.
Most things like to get to the point. They know if they don't touch it, it will be over, so they're going to trickle in one by one. And I promise, indeed, will hold by the Nomad. Fantastic play by Noah. And somehow, the Nomads actually hold off the point and force a 3rd game. Unbelievable.
Through a really exciting partnership with AimLab, we're able to offer something that is unheard of in this age bracket. We have kids working on the same technology that the pros are training to improve their skills.
One of the really cool things about AimLab is the fact that you can compare yourself to pro players. This allows our players to be able to rise to the challenge and to be able to level up.
Take out the mech. Got him. Nice job.
Partnerships like Raven help separate XP League from all the other players in the youth esports industry. These kids wear their jerseys, the same jerseys that pro gamers wear, and they beam with confidence.
She was really excited for the jerseys. She wears it often.
As soon as we saw the one that he got, we all wanted our very own, and so we're getting our own jerseys for the family.
He would never take off the jersey.
Not only do we get the same jerseys that the professional gamers wear, they're also creating all of our custom logos for all of our teams. Raven brings the highest quality and creativity to the gamers of XP League.
Our franchisees are called league commissioners. And the reason we call them that is because we provide them a league in a box. So each independent commissioner will have access to 20 teams that they can run over various seasons, over various games. We've thought of everything for them. The objective is to make it as easy as possible to put this model together and make it successful. In your league in a box, you've got the partnerships with the manufacturers. We've got your coaching partners set up to train your parent volunteers. It is a low-cost model that you can roll out and be up in gaming within months.
All right, welcome everyone to the...
Every game awards experience points. And what we built here is an experience. Professional level equipment, the top tier partners in esports. They're also getting the experience of sportsmanship values, of working with mentors and coaches, and of being part of a team. It's all about the experience.
I need you. I need you. All right. Go. Move in now. Now. You like this. Get to the wall. Good game.
Alrighty, folks. We're going to try to come back with the Marvels here as they... Oh, I just caught them at the right time. I was about to say we're still waiting on the Marvels game. The Eagles have started their game and are pretty deep into it. Well, not too deep into it, but have dropped and have started to loot. But I wanted to make sure we get the beginning of the Marvels here. I'll keep you updated with the Eagles as we go into it. And so we're getting ready to go into the third and what sounds like the final match for the Marvels here on the second day. So, I mean, Marvels done okay this time around in these two rounds. Or did I get that wrong? They've done a couple rounds at the very least. I believe this is the third round. As they're getting into it. So this will probably be the third and final round. As you see, they are getting into that battle bus, ready to drop on down for the Marvels. So as they're dropping down, getting on in, let's just really quick. I'd like to see how the Eagles are doing. Eagles staying alive at the very least right now. And they're going to be able to really come on through. Like they're getting a lot of loot. Green tier weapons staying alive on this. So Eagles doing all right, at least from the looks of it. Back in with the Marvels. Still dropping on in. Looks like they're heading to this little mountain range here. No doubt. Don't know if they're dropping hot, but it does not quite look like it. Yep, doesn't look like they are encountering any opposing teams quite yet. So they're going to be just fine as they're gathering their loot, gathering their materials, shielding on up in this round here. So not much to say as we are used to it by now. We've got the Marvels coming on in, gathering materials as you do in Fortnite. Again, the Marvels probably going to be looking to try to get their best game here. Again, this sounds like it's going to be the last round for today. And we know that the Marvels did pretty decent yesterday. I think they got a victory royale with quite a bit of kills, and so they ended up getting, I believe, 23 points. We'll see if we can recount the scores at one point. I think after this match, we'll see if the scores will be updated. And so then we can keep you updated for those scores for both the silver games. And then we can kind of recap the scores for the Marvel's gold as well. Again, the gold team's going to be playing soon. planning on getting those in at 2:30. So they're hastily getting on in, warming on up, ready to roll on out to today. But again, we just have the silver teams going right now. Again, last round. So Marvel's hopefully playing it pretty safe on this round here. If I pull up. It looks like the points have been updated. So as is right now, we can see the Madison Marvels silver teams currently have 23 points, which places them in third from day one. And the Eagles following pretty close behind silver-wise with 20 points, placing them in fourth. Just that's all based on day one for both teams. Now, obviously, they're going to want to do just as good today. So far, we haven't seen any victory royales coming from either side. Both teams coming pretty close to that. I think we got a fifth place. I think we also had a fourth-ish place coming from the Eagles. Not getting too many eliminations as well. So pretty average games coming out from the silver teams today. Nothing crazy. And maybe that's just due to a little bit of gaming fatigue. I know they played their hearts out yesterday, and coming back in today, a little bit different environment, a little bit different vibes in the air. Seemed kind of more chill as they got through the first day, and the nerves seemed to go down going into today. And I'm wondering if that nerves kind of was a good nerves to push them through and get them playing a little bit better and a little bit harder. But we'll see if in this last round, if they can change that around and get some victory royales or some great scores there. All right. Does look. Well, I thought there was a fight here going on, but it does not look like it. But the team's able to get some more loot, gassing up that car. Omar Zion is. Case Cat did find a chest, I believe. Did see some indicators of shots, I believe, on their radars. Case Cat particularly. But that might not be, yeah, so they got the chest indicator at the very least. Check in with the gear. Not too many blue weapons or anything coming from any of the Marvels. So they're going to have to keep that in mind going into any fights, as I believe they haven't encountered really any fights quite yet. But going in, it's inevitable at this point. Especially with that storm slowly coming on in. They're going to race through that storm. And so they're going to have to fight someone eventually. But going into that fight, they're going to have to be aware that their gear just might not cut it in some fights. And so they're going to have to be extremely passive and play extremely carefully going into it. And have to see a lot of builds to protect themselves, a lot of turtle boxes, a lot of positioning advantage and strategy going into that fight, because the gear just isn't going to carry them enough, I believe. Again, we see one blue gun on Chili Weasel, one blue gun on Soul Eater, as well as Case Cat. Not sure where Omar Zion's at as he's driving the car, but again, it might not cut it. Is that a... No, okay, there's a llama. They're going to try to get the llama. And as I'm saying that, actually, that might be... Oh, no, it looks like they just got shields out of that. They got shield potions there. So no loot. I was going to say, if they're able to open up that that llama, that might give them the gear that they need. But unfortunately, they didn't do that quite yet. It just got them the... Oh, looks like a little miscommunication. Chili Weasel shooting the UFO that is driven by Soul Eater. So somehow I didn't catch it, but Soul Eater was very quickly able to find a UFO and grab it. Now they're getting carried in that car. Pretty neat to see. Just kind of able to fly around in that truck because they're getting carried, and then once they get dropped off, they're ready to roll and drive on into some enemies maybe. I like to see how this strategy will play out. Ultimately, oh wait, and it does get dropped. I don't know if they're going to take a lot of damage there. Doesn't look like it. The suspension on that truck is insane. Dropped from... Oh, well, no, it does look like the car did take them some damage. That front left tire is no longer in this world. Still able to drive at the very least. So it does look like the car did take some damage. But no worries there, as Chili Weasel, not Chili Weasel, but Soul Eater 934 is going to be able to carry that car. That Case Cat scene. No, not Case Cat. That's, I wonder who's driving it. Oh, no, it looks like they are just swapping seats. Omar Zion is in the car there, driving it. Let's see. The car does have a decent amount of health. Car going to get dropped on down. Again, we see no damage taken. So... I'm not sure. Again, these cars, this truck is beefy, apparently. And that suspension is God tier. Dropping down another car again, Soul Eater. Like I said before, I'd like to see how this strategy plays out. It is possible to have a really cool fleet of cars. Like you drop the car down into the enemies, drive around them while two or three folks, well, it'd have to be two folks in the back of the truck coming on through. And honestly, this is almost what we see here, as Case Cat and Soul Eater are going to push onto some enemies that they're able to scan through the walls with those little scanner rounds. Soul Eater does get the drop onto one of the enemies, shakes them down even, and gets the elimination off. Chili Weasel providing cover fire from that UFO, probably even demolishing a lot of good buildings. Omar Zion getting that high ground cover fire, as well as Case Cat pushing on in. Soul Eater in the thick of it though. Manages to get that elimination, loots on up to blue tier weapons. That's exactly the kind of fight that they needed. So maybe this strategy of, I don't know if it was fully the strategy of picking up that car and dropping it in, as they were kind of running around fully, but that mobility that the UFO provided them kind of surprised their enemy. Chili Weasel, unfortunately, does go down pretty swiftly. But Soul Eater, Omar Zion, and Case Cat are on the Case Cat, and they're able to push through. And Chili Weasel getting eliminated. Omar Zion going down as he aggresses a little too hard. Soul Eater and Case Cat are going to try to provide support fire. The railgun shot for Soul Eater gets pretty in there as that damage comes through. Again, Case Cat getting, or not Case Cat, Omar Zion getting eliminated, but Case Cat and Soul Eater coming on in. They're going to hold the low ground, possibly even demolishing the supports of the building. I'm not sure if they're able to. Soul Eater getting in that UFO, now going to fire away with those concussive rounds. The circle is closing in as well on the enemy teams, and as well as K-Scat here. So the enemy team's going to have to be pretty mobile. Soul Eater is going to keep them pushed down. The elimination does go out from K-Scat with that ray gun. That UFO usage is extremely effective, and now Soul Eater is going to pick up Case Cat and bring him into the circle. An amazing play coming out from Soul Eater. A good awareness to use the UFO in that event and play the circle extremely well. I believe I said concussive rounds because the UFO there, when those shots hit the ground, they do a small explosion and can knock away the enemies. So using it properly, they're just going to Soul Eater was able to shoot down into the enemies and keep them outside of the circle, getting that passive damage. And now, with the circle being so small, Case Cat and Soul Eater again are going to be in another fight. It is not over here, folks. They did get their UFO eliminated, and so they're going to have to be going back to the good old-fashioned Fortnite roots of building and playing it safe. Case Cat really low health even, but Soul Eater gonna have those meds, gonna actually pass them over to Case Cat to try and keep both of them alive, but the building around them is demolishing. Gonna have to be extremely careful, trying to play passive as much as possible. Case Cat is in a bad way. Soul Eater with that railgun gonna try and get some shots through, but Case Cat again in a bad position, getting onslaughted all around them, especially with that railgun, and that because of that, it's gonna go down. Gonna try to crawl away, but Soul Eater is on the prowl, trying to eat some souls, as you do as a Soul Eater, trying to find the best position. That railgun though is gonna demolish through a lot of buildings, and because of that, trying to get the res through. Case Cat just not able to get res. The onslaught of railgun fire from the enemies is just too much for the Marvels and Case Cat to handle, and Soul Eater not able to get the resurrection off. But it is just now Soul Eater in these last rounds, very low health, gonna use the cover, but unfortunately not able to get around that corner quick enough, and is gonna place third for them. Amazing play coming out from Soul Eater and the team. Again, I believe that was the last round, as we're probably going to get set up for the gold teams. Let us super quick. Again, I think the Eagles did play first, and because of that, they might not be in their game, but apparently we do still see Swifty playing that extremely safe, as we know him to do. And so it is, looks like it's just Swifty lining up that headshot, finds a great shot onto the team there. And it's going to try to play again where we see this, we've seen it before. This is exactly the kind of great strategy that allows Swifty and the team to get some awesome, grind out those points. We know that the placement is so strong, as well as the eliminations, and if you can just survive long enough to get 1 or 2 more points, just like we're seeing there, getting the down off onto one of the opposing teams, Swifty able to get that full elimination even, which again, we all know if he died, he wouldn't have been able to do that. So playing that passive into the final moments of the game is just extremely effective, and we've seen it in this entire regional weekend from Swifty. And even with that in mind, looking at the gear, he went from green gear to getting that 1 elimination and now has a purple gun. I believe that's an assault rifle, and that in itself, as well as a replenish of materials from that elimination. It's so strong to get those one-tap eliminations off, and Swifty has played it so well. Let's see if he can finish it off, though, as he is in a little bit of a duel, trying to keep the high ground. Has to push through. That railgun does wreck through buildings, though. Going to need to heal on up very quickly with those little mini shields as the team is pushing through. Going to edit down into 2 members. Has to play extremely safe as he dodges some shots, gets the shots through. Unfortunately, not able to find some connections there, but in the event is able to place second with quite a few eliminations, I believe, as we saw at the very least getting 1 elimination in the end. Eagles doing pretty well off. I believe that's going to be it for the Fortnite silver matches for regionals. I will double check with that, but again, we are planning on having that gold team start at 2:30, so we're hoping to have that there. We'll be right back as we set up for the Fortnite Gold Games. I want to thank you all for coming out for the silver regionals. That's been that. We'll be right back. Alrighty, folks. I am here with Nightmare and LMG King from the Silver Leagues. That was the last match of the Fortnite Silver Games. How has your experience been just generally here at the regionals match here in Madison? We'll start with Nightmare here.
It's been pretty fun. I've met a couple new friends, and I've had fun in general here. I've learned some new things to play better, and it's just a really good place to be.
I think I've had a great time. I think it's been a really fun experience. Like, this is kind of a more competitive setting that I've usually been in, and I think that's kind of fun and also challenging at the same time. So I like that a lot.
Awesome. So, it sounds like you guys had a lot of fun, which is great. How do you guys think your teams did, and how like in the grand scheme of things? I know that was day 2. You guys kind of know the scores a little bit, but how did you vibe with the team, and like how do you think your team did overall?
So I think we did pretty good. We did like yesterday we like fell off in the first couple games, but we did better farther in. And today we did pretty much like that, but reverse. We did better the first couple games and a bit worse the last.
Yeah, I think that kind of yesterday, especially at the beginning, we didn't really know each other's like play style, and we didn't have like a set strategy, so we weren't as good together. But we kind of figured that out, and our last few games yesterday were better. And then today, I feel like we did pretty good all around. I feel like a few of those games we could have done a little bit better because we kind of messed up and didn't go to the right spot. But I feel like in the end we did pretty well, and I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely think you guys did, both teams, the Marvels and the Eagles, did extremely well in the Silver League. You guys placed pretty high up on there, got a lot of points. I think in the first day you guys got 20 points and 23 points. So it's been awesome to see. We'll do for each of you, what was your favorite moment from any of the games or just all of regionals? Do you have a favorite moment or a particular thing that happened during regionals?
I didn't really have a favorite. I enjoyed the entire time here, but I would say when me and my Marvels team, we bonded more and were able to play better.
I would say for me that it was my favorite part maybe was our first game today when we kind of we got into a little bit of a fight, but it wasn't like a box fight because I'm kind of bad at box fights. It was like farther away, and we were kind of like testing them because they had to continuously use mats because we were just breaking them down. I feel like that was fun for me because it kind of helped me see some strategies to use just like when I'm at home and for other stuff in Fortnite.
That's super awesome to hear. Thank you guys for coming in and doing a quick interview with me. It's been awesome to see you guys play all throughout the entire regionals. I'm looking forward to seeing what the scores end up being and where you guys are placing on that. And from there, I just thank you guys for having an awesome time and all of that. We will be right back as we set up for the Fortnite Gold Games. We'll see ya in just a sec. See you then.
this cool jersey, I have this cool armrest. They made really close new friends through gaming, and this was an opportunity for them to be part of a team. Get the right ball, right down. We get to feel like we're actually in the big leagues. Good game. Good.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back to the Fortnite regional matches for the Gold League. We're getting right ready to start on in. I wanted to mention a couple things first before we go in. So today is day 2, of course. So points are cumulative from day 1 to day 2. And so the best scores from day 1 are the official scores, and the best scores from day 2 today will be added to those scores. We do have the official scores from day 1, so it looks like the Madison Eagles were able to score 15 points as their best round, and so they're doing all right. And the Madison Marvels were able to score 6 points for their first day. Both teams have a really good chance of heading on over to the XP League Nationals out in North Carolina. It's going to be it's going to decide on today, though. Both teams are going to be possibly having the pressure on them a little bit. Of course, we have our awesome coaches giving awesome pep talks. So I think it's all mental games at this point. The Marvels and the Eagles, again, have a great chance of going to nationals, but it all depends and lines up for today. So we'll see how they do. We got the Marvels coming at you for the first round of many coming at you. So let's get into that round now. As you can see, they're dropping on in to the first round. The Marvels Gold Team dropping on in. We have 3 perspectives here. Swim, we had some technical issues with their computer and just not able to get all of the things working and had some lag on the computer. So wanted to make sure that Swim was getting the best internet and best computer capabilities going into this round. And so we're not able to see Swim's perspective, but we do have J-Maker, Clutch MJ, and Pilot setting up for that regardless. Again, they just dropped in to the Fortnite map, so they're going to be looting on up. Pilot already having looks like a purple pistol. So that's going to, even though it is a pistol, it is a purple weapon, and that means the damage is going to be a lot more than something of a white tier or even green tier. Looks like the team is a little bit, oh, well, I was just about to say split up just a bit. They do spot out some, is that a llama? I believe that to be a llama. So they're going to chase down this llama. We all know, well, llamas, kind of like loot boxes in this game, gonna try to box it in because it has, look at that, quite a few health points in it as J-Maker lays waste to the llama, and the llama does not seem to mind, merrily skipping away. But if the team is able to eliminate this llama, could get some pretty good loot from it. As you see, they're getting some eliminations. As it's getting hit, it drops quite a bit of stuff. And it looks like they were able to eliminate it. And as a result, going to get some fat loot. Getting a lot of big shield potions. It's going to mean that they are going to be healthy and happy going into whatever fight they go into. Now, they can expect other enemies to be doing a little bit of the same. As, there's other ways of getting shield, other ways of getting health. Not just by getting lucky and finding that llama. What really matters here is the ability that they were able to store in a couple shield potions. That means they're going to be very effective in the next fight at staying alive for that next fight. They're going to have the resources to prolong the fight as much as they can. Again, they'll have to be pretty safe, though. They'll have to use those buildings. It does take quite a bit of time to use those shield potions. And because of that, they'll have to play a little bit slower and have to be aware of each other's health pools so that they're not pushing in alone and they can all heal at the same time and be ready. Maybe you have 2 giving cover fire while 2 are healing up, and then you trade away. But as soon as that aggression goes out from either them or the opponents, I have to make sure everyone's on that same page, because if only 2 players are aggressing, that's basically half the team against 4 other players of another full team, and that's not going to be conducive to winning fights. It's all a numbers game, numbers in the health, numbers in the damage, numbers in amount of players that are fighting, right? Because if you have 2 players, that's 200 health. If you have 4 players, that's 400 health that you have to do damage to. And I mean, we can do the math from there. So gotta play really well as a team, and that's where we were talking about the mind games here. A lot of pressure on these kids. This is a large tournament for a lot of stakes. A lot of these kids, as we know from some interviews, this could be a dream come true if they're able to make it for some of these kids. And it shows. These kids are super nervous at times, but that is, again, why we have such awesome coaches. Coach Alex here at Madison has done a fantastic job psyching these kids up and keeping them positive and keeping them in the right headspace so that they can do their darndest in these matches. And I think it shows. I think they right now, at the very least, looks like they are moving as a team here. The Marvels are, as they go through. I want to remind everyone, too, that we will be swapping back and forth between the different perspectives. So right now we have the Marvels, but after the Marvels, we're going to have the Eagles, and then back and forth from there. I'll try to keep you updated with all the information about the Eagles going through. Again, looking at those points all on that league spot bracket. Hopefully you're able to saw the Eagles have 15 points and the Marvels have 6. Top 16 teams are going to go to that Nationals. So we have to see how they're going to do. Best score from today is going to be what counts. So we have to see. I mean, ideally, as the coaches were mentioning, we saw with the silver players, and it's the same points for gold, that the silver players got a victory royale as well as a good amount of kills. They got, I think, 13 kills at one point in one round, getting 23 points total. If that right there is the best you can do, the Marvel's going to be able to pull something similar to that. Again, we have a really good chance of making that top 16. But we won't know until we get there. Marvel's looting on up, finding those chests, playing it pretty safe here in this first round as we watch them through. Getting a good Overwatch position here. And Clutch MJ even able to use that little parachute, the glider, to move on out, get a different position. And I don't believe the Marvels are in too much danger at this point, especially considering their position. They have a really good high ground. Now, going at it, they do have a high ground advantage. Ooh, and J-Maker even has like a turret that seems to be placed on this mountainside. So got a great Overwatch position to see out onto the map. But as we know, with the new season, those UFOs can fly. So, it might not be too advantageous, but at the very least, you'll see that UFO coming, and you can prepare really well for it. And so having this great position here is going to be a good idea to hold and defend going into those circles there. Again, this is going to be day 2. This is the final day. A whole weekend jam-packed of Fortnite and Overwatch. I know it is, as we've seen from interviews, been a blast for all these kids. It's been a blast for me to cast all these awesome games and see how these kids are doing. We want to make sure that these kids do their best, and we're on their side through thick and thin, going through these games. Coaches always there to not only teach them how to make the game or play the game, but how to be better folk, and that always comes in to creating awesome relationships with these kids. So we are just as invested as coaches and as a staffing team in their victory and their performance as these kids probably are as well. Again, Marvel's playing pretty safe. We do see Pilot does have what seems to be that railgun. That's going to be a big deal. We've seen it in the silver matches before that railgun was able to, I mean, that's the whole point of it, is it shoots through buildings and does a fair amount of damage to boot. So you have to be, opposing teams with Pilot having that railgun are going to have to be extremely careful. And as we saw, this position is a great position to be defending from. They've got those turrets, they've got that building, they've got the high ground. And it looks like they're going to have to start moving soon, though, with that circle closing on in. But we can see on the map, as it closes in, it looks like the team is going to elect to try and probably play the circle a lot more on the edge. They're going to, watch through the edge here to make sure that there are no teams coming out of the circle. And that way they can at least know that as they're pushing towards the next circle, no one's going to come out from behind them. That's a big deal where you're trying to look each way, north, south, east, and west, and you can only focus on so many directions all at once, and knowing for a fact that because of the storm, no one's going to be coming out from behind you, that eliminates and frees up the mind, frees up the awareness a lot more. It does look like, J-Maker setting up around this bounce pad. Looks like Swim pushing through. Looks like they're going to try to rotate with that bounce pad, keeping in mind the circle. Like they're one by one heading on out through that. Again, moving as a team. It's exactly the kind of thing that we're like to see. Seems like the pep talk from Coach Alex really got them in each other's heads so that they can work all together as one unit. Again, they looks like they see other folks on the opposite mountain. So they'll try moving up to the top of the mountain and get a little bit better high ground advantage, and again, more Overwatch. Not the game, but like watching over. Even have a telescope there. Looks like Pilot going to start firing away with that railgun into some buildings. J-Maker as well. Doesn't look too great. It looks like they're going to try to take fights from two directions with Pilot's shots. So they're going to have to be extremely careful and cover both sides, or at the very least commit to one and care for the other. Again, spewing out bullets downrange into those buildings. Again, that rail gun going to do a lot of good damage and shoot through those buildings. Piloting that gun. J-Maker putting down cover fire. Clutch MJ as well. I'm not sure where Swim. It looks like Swim is with them, just firing down range. Again, they're watching down over there. Looks like Clutch MJ is trying to be aware of both teams. As I was saying, they have to commit to one and be extremely careful for the other one to possibly jump on them and converge. So it looks like Clutch MJ is trying to be aware of all sides as he now builds up a quick defense. The gig's up, and they know that they're there. Now they're going to have to box up so that they can play safer going through this. Again, they're just trying to set up Pilot, though, firing down range with that assault rifle. Healing up, trying to maintain. That's exactly what that llama was for, to keep those massive shields up. It does take a lot of time. Using those minis currently takes a lot of time to use those big shield potions, but those minis are really quick. And in a quick pinch, gotta be able to shield on up. Pilot is low, does not seem to have many health kits. Building gonna go down. Clutch MJ though does spot out someone that might be even on their own. This is an opportunity to outnumber them possibly and push through. Again, this could also be the instance where a team is pushing on them because they were distracted with another team. So the Marvel's going to have to be extremely careful here. Clutch MJ staying up on their Pilot and what looks like Swim are going to be on the ground, while Clutch MJ and J-Maker holding high ground. Clutch MJ getting fires down range. Pilot trying to find that railgun shot through the building. At the very least is doing quite a lot in terms of damaging those buildings. Pilot with a quick knockdown. That's a big swing. Gets the elimination even. That's a big swing. 4v3. I can hear screams as Clutch MJ does get the elimination off. Does get the elimination off as well. That's 2v4. I believe that could also even be the full team. I didn't catch every elimination, but I saw 2 at the very least, and that is a huge swing, as now the team's able to get their pick from the corpses as they can get a lot of loot. And now with one team down that aggressed on them, they can better focus on the other team, as it looks like they're now repositioning to better suit the next fight that they're going to be on. Clutch MJ trying to find those positioning there as the scanner comes out, does spot out quite a lot of folks there as Clutch MJ and J-Maker start firing down range. J-Maker going to elect to use those minis and shield up and stay quite alive. I heard that there was an elimination, possibly from Swim as he gets the elimination. Damage is coming back and forth though. Shields do stay up for the most part. J-Maker possibly pushing forward. No, just keeping on the group. Going to heal up, make sure those shields stay in the positive. But a lot of damage going down range from the Marvels, playing it extremely safe. This is exactly what we want to see, as they do have the resources to win this war of attrition, as the team is focus firing down their walls and into their the opposing team's bodies. Now the scanner round's going to come through. Pilot trying to find that railgun as the shots do go through. J-Maker and Clutch MJ firing cover fire so that Pilot is able to try to line up those shots a little bit more effectively. The down does go down. I do see the down for Clutch MJ. Managed to find it, possibly with a grenade, I believe. Clutch Pilot, though, still trying to get those railguns. Again, Clutch MJ using that mini to try to stay alive best they can. Getting an elimination now off, finishing off that team. So that's now 4v3 at the very least, as eliminations and shots are going out. Again, Clutch MJ and J-Maker staying really strong here, keeping that cover firing and not allowing the team much space or room to do anything, as anywhere they move, they're going to get shot at with a flurry of bullets. Does look like Pilot is playing on the edge of the storm. Possibly it looks like with J-Maker. I'm not sure where Swim is at the moment, but I believe is with the team. As the circle's moving now, this could be trouble for the Marvels, as they're going to have to reposition by moving out in the open. Going to have to rebuild their little fortress that they were able to get. Again, Pilot coming in with those railgun shots, trying to get through the building, the scanner grenades, and the high ground position that the Marvels are able to hold. Don't need buildings quite yet, but Pilot does find the elimination, as well as J-Maker is finding the other elimination. That could be really tough for this opposing team, as now 2 eliminations go out from the Marvels. And the Marvels, again, holding strong, do have quite a bit of health and shield going for them. And now they're going to start aggressing, noticing their advantage, noticing that they can scan these enemies and see right through those walls. They're going to try to push as they can possibly outnumber these folks and win this war of attrition. But we aren't quite there yet, folks. We have to see how this will play out, as now with these close quarters combat, it's going to be extremely dangerous here. The circle is extremely small. I believe this has to be the last team, as the circle is just extremely small. The Marvels have to play it safe and play it carefully, as any wrong move is going to put them in a bad position, using those buildings to try to stay in the high ground. It looks like the enemy team is trying to move on them. Clutch MJ gets aggressed on, but has the team to back them up. The buildings are coming out. Pilot does go down and get eliminated, but Clutch MJ does get the elimination as well. I'm not sure where the enemy team ended up, but it is 3 players still remaining on the Marvels, a decent amount of health pool among them. Circle's extremely small and closing, and I can hear the screams as the Marvels end up getting the victory royale with a lot of kills to boot. This is the match. This is the first match, folks. This is the first match, folks. They have a whole 2, at the very least, other matches to possibly even top this. This is exactly what the Marvels needed to skyrocket their score into a possible top 16. An amazing game. We talked about, going into this day today, the Marvels were coming in a little defeated, a little dejected from that last round. Again, 6 points. It's not a 15. It's not something that they were too happy with, getting those 6 points. And getting this victory royale in the first round, I'm going to have to give it to Coach Alex. Again, we had Coach Alex and Luis able to pull out what I would have to assume based on the performance, an amazing pep talk to psych these kids up so that they can go into this amazing victory royale. You love to see it, folks. You love to see it. We'll be right back as we set up for the next round of the Fortnite games. What a start to this gold regional match. We'll see you in the next one. Stick around.
I have this cool jersey, I have this cool armrest. They made really close new friends through gaming, and this was an opportunity for them to be part of a team.
Get the right ball, right down.
You get to feel like we're actually in the big leagues.
Good game.
Good. cool jersey, I have this cool armrest. They made really close new friends through gaming, and this was an opportunity for them to be part of a team.
Get the right ball, right down.
You get to feel like we're actually in the big leagues.
Good game.
Good.
Alrighty, folks, we're getting right back into the next round of the Fortnite matches. We've got the Eagles perspective coming at you here for this one. It sounds like from last round, to keep you updated for how the Eagles did, because the Eagles were in the same round as the Marvels. They're playing on the same games this time around. We all know that the Marvels were able to get the victory royale. I'm not even sure if they were able to. I don't know if they got eliminated or what, but Eagles looking to probably come back here in this round now. So sounds to update you as well. The Marvels for that victory royale sounded like they got 19 points. So that's 10 points for placement and 9 points per elimination that they received. And so, you know, it's quite a bit of points, but we're hoping that the Marvels, as well as the Eagles in this round here, are going to be able to kind of top themselves each day, each round here, as it's, again, it all comes down to today to get to those top 16s. And it looks like already the Eagles kind of hot dropping here and fighting really quickly and swiftly on. Swabby taking a lot of beating in this fight and is kind of caught out in this close quarters building. Neon Ridge and Power Healer, though, as well as Hexy. Looks like Swabby does go down. Hexy has been eliminated as well. Unfortunately, we don't have Hexy's perspective, but the elimination from Neon Ridge does go out, and Swabby is also getting eliminated. Does look like Hexy could possibly still be revived, but Neon Ridge and Power Healer now on the outside of this building. I'm going to try and possibly come in for the resurrection on Hexy, I believe. Neon Ridge, yes, getting the resurrection. Neon Ridge is able to there. Its power healer has to get the fight, does get the elimination, and with that is a down. That's the last member of that team, and now the Eagles getting a 4-player elimination, so 4 points already in this hot drop. That's a big deal, as now they can actually even get the reboot card for Swabby as they get into that. So that's a big deal, right? So Hexy able to get revived and topped off, and right there we do see Hexy does happen to have that reboot card, is going to get Swabby back in. So no harm, no foul from that fight as they came out victorious against that team, and because of that, able to replenish all of their resources pretty quickly. That hot drop, that is always really risky to do those hot drops, but if you come out victorious, you'll know that you came out victorious. You got 4 points for killing the other team, and you skyrocketed in position, and you possibly didn't have to do as much looting because you killed the team and took their loot. So the risk obviously is that you could die from it, but the reward is pretty heavy, pretty hefty maybe. And so now, again, Eagles possibly riding off and filled with determination from the first round. Again, it sounded like the first round didn't go as hot, but we saw that yesterday with the Eagles. Same thing. Took them around to kind of maybe feel the gravity of this situation and the game and the skill level around it. This is not just your regular casual quick play coming at you. This is a bunch of teams meaning a business with the only goal being to win. So I think with that, and now that the team has that in mind, now they're able to take that determination and hot drop and win the hot drop. So we'll have to see how it goes. Again, it looks like the team is, for the most part, fully healed, able to get green tier weapons. Swabby does have a blue tier, as just a blue tier and a white tier weapon, as Swabby did have to re-loot a little bit as Swabby did go down. But there is a little bit of a lull here as the team is able to resource gather and loot on up. Definitely no threat currently in the area. It's a little bigger for you. So back to the general lull and the repetition that Fortnite is known a little bit for here as we cast this out. And we're going to that resource gathering and loot gathering, which is part of the grind of the Fortnite games. Kind of also what is really part of the skill a little bit, knowing where that loot is best, where you can best find it, how much loot and resources do you need before you don't need to continue to gather, and how often you're gathering. So I think one thing that we saw a lot from a couple like yesterday is teams continuing to resource gather while they are out and about. So being able to do many things at once, and one of those being resource gathering while you're probably scouting it out. Looks like they do end up getting in a fight. I saw some damage going out in Neon Ridge. I'm not too sure. It looked like they were trying to spot out some folks as well. But it doesn't look like it is red alert here for the Eagles quite yet. As they trying to loot up still. Yeah, no, does not seem like there is anything too problematic with their situation. So they're just going to continue on. Just keep on keeping on, you know? Talk to some NPCs. Oh, Hexy, or maybe Hexy. Looks like Neon Ridge getting that high ground position so that they can scout out this this town. Lots of nooks and crannies to hide out in this town. Also a lot of spots to possibly hide some loot. So getting that high ground, you know, I mention it a lot. High ground is extremely important in a lot of games. You know, it really gives you, ooh, hang on now. Railgun fire coming on through as a team is going to start aggressing on them. Red alert now as the team needs to box up. Gonna have to be really careful and respect the power of that railgun. Power healer getting damaged extremely quickly. Neon Ridge taking a railgun shot to the face. Not going to be looking good. Again, red alert, all hands on deck as the team now needs to retreat a little bit, boxing up and heal back up as the onslaught of damage comes out from the surprise attackers. Looks like Swabby using the third-person peek to try and watch the enemies as they start aggressing on them, using the building to open up a pathway so that they can aggress, but in the process is going to be caught in the middle of them. Going to have to frantically build a way to try and survive here. Neon Ridge going to give cover fire best they can, but not able to give quite enough as Swabby does go down and is they caught in the middle of it. Neon Ridge now going to have to do the same as they retreat into it. Power healer possibly on the full retreat. Hexy still looks like they are still up. Not sure where Hexy has ended up, but at the very least, gonna be have to be very careful wherever they are. Swabby is able to get that reboot card, but I think Hexy, Neon Ridge, and Power Healer do have bigger fish to fry at the very moment, as I don't see any other eliminations come out. Oh, and it looked like, well, as the spectate goes through, it does look like Hexy did get downed, and it possibly due to that railgun that's just so capable of firing shots down range and through buildings. And so Hexy does go down. It is just Neon Ridge and Power Healer. They're going to have to be extremely careful and possibly even group up. They are a little bit split up in this fight, but both playing extremely safe, playing until they exactly have to move. And so they're going to try to possibly get the jump on them, being prowlers in the city. Power Healer deciding to start taking shots, announcing their presence maybe just slightly as the building is going around. Neon Ridge hiding in the bathroom. But we did see the scan grenade. It didn't look like Neon Ridge did get scanned, but gonna have to be extremely careful. Hiding will only do you so much until they're able to spot you out. Ooh, Power Healer does end up getting the reboot card. I believe that could be Hexy's reboot card. I am not too sure. At the very least, Power Healer going to go to the edge of the circle and pick up, again, what I believe to be Hexy. And so that's going to be a big deal as they're going to be able to, yeah, so it looks like it was going to be Hexy there. So Now they're going to be up a player. So instead of a 2v, possibly a 4, they're going to be 3v4, which is a huge swing. Now Hexy does gonna have to get some loot, as they're gonna come out with very minimal loot, if loot at all. Looks like Neon Ridge putting a bounce pad, allowing for Power Healer and Neon Ridge to bounce away. I believe Hexy would probably be coming as well, as they are in full retreat now, as they know that Hexy is going to need to get some loot, and the team is going to have to spend some time healing up, or at the very least get a better position on them, as they start slamming away at some wood to gain more resources, as a lot of resources were used in the event of trying to retreat and survive with their lives. Again, we see Hexy. Apparently, Hexy does have a blue and a green gun, at the very least. That is pretty decent in the way of coming out from respawn. Doesn't have any meds, of course, but at the very least has enough to defend themselves, which is a big deal. So it looks like the team is on a small lull here. Still going to have to be extremely careful, as the enemy team that they were just fighting could definitely be very close behind. We're not too sure. They were able to retreat in a hurry, but staying on the move, staying vigilant is and careful is probably the best bet for the Eagles here. See that they are grouping up, staying together now. Learned a little bit of a lesson from that last fight. They just weren't able to, when they got jumped on, able to retaliate in such an effective way. And it looks like they're grouping up behind this tree, using it as cover and trying to scope out the open plains. Possibly looking out. Oh, and shots do seem to get fired down. Neon Ridge taking a little bit of damage to the shields. They're going to rotate around using the hills as cover. Meantime, I do hear a little bit of communication possibly coming from the Marvels team. Looks like they are in the thick of it, just like the Eagles are here. Except the Eagles seem to be a little bit more on edge here, trying their darndest to survive. It is extremely possible that they are attempting to scavenge. Looks like there's two teams fighting each other, and they're going to try stay crouched, stay hidden, stay uninvolved until the very last moment, where one team loses and now they're going to push. Looking like that, they're going to tunnel on up. Look at that great communication to make a tight tunnel, but the railgun fire is going to come through. Now this big building is I mean, it's large. It's going to announce a lot of their presence going through. And they're just on the edge of the circle here. Power Healer, Neon Ridge, going to have to, they're playing it extremely safe, the best they can. And now they're going to just kind of turtle up here. Probably the best bet, honestly, as it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. They wanted this, it seemed like they probably wanted to scavenge this round. One thing that might be important to keep in mind is, due to circumstances, the Marvels and the Eagles are playing in the same round, and with all the tension, it's hard to keep the voice down. And because of that, it is extremely possible that the Eagles and the Marvels are going to be hearing each other's communication. And when it gets down to a circle this small, this could be a big deal. Now, we do have headphones and dividers up to try to minimize this, but again, with tensions high, it can be hard to keep your voice down when you are gaming it out. And so it looks like the Eagles, again, still playing the edge of the circle best they can here. Playing it safe. Neon Ridge getting a huge blow, knocking out all his shield and bringing him down to half health. Power Healer in a tough fight, though, getting blasted from both sides. Trying to focus on one end, gets hit in the back. Hexy is on his own, as well as Neon Ridge. They're both going to be trying to turtle up and survive. Again, it is Hexy and Neon Ridge now remaining on this Eagles team. We'll keep Swabby up, as Swabby is seemingly spectating, was spectating Hexy, but looks like everyone's spectating Neon Ridge. Neon Ridge on their own a little bit, gonna get shot at. I saw the rocket, I believe, coming on through, gonna do a lot of damage. Does not have shield, but does not have time right now in the thick of it to shield on up, and is gonna get a lot of damage as it gets caught out and gonna go down. It is up to Hexy now, as we are now watching Hexy from 3 different angles, and unfortunately Hexy does also get caught out from there. And they're going to place 4th. Again, I hear some more communication, though. So I do believe that the Marvels are in. I want to try to swing on in, as the Eagles did play a very great game. But I want to see if the Marvels can finish it. We can get the ending match of the Marvels. I'm not so sure, as it looks like they are still available. Now, again, I got to get the gamer tags correct, though. As Pilot and J-Maker does go down, it looks like. Ooh, but placing 3rd nonetheless. I'm not sure the eliminations from that one. But placing 3rd, not too shabby. Not a Victor Royale, but could still possibly beat their score of 19, depending on the eliminations. Text is too small for me to see there, so maybe you're able to see that eliminations. If that is better than 19 for the Marvels, and I would like to assume that 4th place for the Eagles, definitely probably their best yet today, which not too shabby. I believe it's 10, 8, 7, 6 points going down there. I'd have to double check. I'd have to find it, but something around there. So again, 3rd and 4th place for the Marvels and Eagles respectively. Not too shabby, adding in their eliminations. That's going to be it for round 2 of the Marvels and the Eagles, coming from the Eagles' perspective of the Fortnite Gold regional matches of day 2. We'll be right back as we set up for the next round in just a bit. Stick around for more of that. We'll be right back.
Yeah, I'm not gonna rip it. Sigma's one hit. Sigma's down. Alright. Head back up. Alright, rip for telling.
Esports is a multi-billion-dollar industry. We're taking that and we're delivering it to elementary and middle school kids. We're bridging the gap between conventional athletics and competitive gaming.
Yo, you guys are getting pretty wrecked right now. Dad, alright. Push up with me.
What brought me to XP League is the experience of my children. I had always hoped and wanted them to be a part of a youth athletics team. They all love competitive gaming, so why not marry their passion with what I'm hoping for them to learn and achieve, and put healthy, solid values in place in something that the kids want to do and are excited about doing. XP League allows kids who aren't interested in sports to gain that same coach-led experience that you would get playing hockey or baseball. And we found a way to deliver that as a business model that is not only successful for the kids who participate in it, but it's also successful for the franchisees who get involved.
The first XP coin going out to Jason.
Through a partnership with the Positive Coaching Alliance, our coaches go through a double goal certification. They learn not only how to work through the strategies of the different games they're playing, but they also work through how to impact these kids' lives in a positive way. They get to mark and highlight behaviors and attributes that will lead to long-term life skills.
Focus more, focus more, focus more.
Most things like to get to the point. They know if they don't touch it, it will be over, so they're going to trickle in one by one. And I promise, the team will hold 5. The Nomad, fantastic play by Noah. And somehow, the Nomads actually hold off the point and force a third game. Unbelievable.
Through a really exciting partnership with AIMLab, we're able to offer something that is unheard of in this age bracket. We have kids working on the same technology that the pros are training to improve their skills.
One of the really cool things about AIMLab is the fact that you can compare yourself to pro players. This allows our players to be able to rise to the challenge and to be able to level up.
Take out the mech. Got him. Nice job.
Partnerships like Raven help separate XP League from all the other players in the youth esports industry. These kids wear their jerseys, the same jerseys that pro gamers wear, and they beam with confidence.
She was really excited for the jerseys. She wears it often.
As soon as we saw the one that he got, we all wanted our very own, and so we're getting our own jerseys for the family.
He would never take off the jersey.
Not only do we get the same jerseys that the professional gamers wear, they're also creating all of our custom logos for all of our teams. Raven brings the highest quality and creativity to the gamers of XP League.
Our franchisees are called league commissioners. And the reason we call them that is because we provide them a league in a box. So each independent commissioner will have access to 20 teams that they can run over various seasons, over various games. We've thought of everything for them. The objective is to make it as easy as possible to put this model together and make it successful. In your league in a box, you've got the partnerships with the manufacturers. We've got your coaching partners set up to train your parent volunteers. It is a low-cost model that you can roll out and be up in gaming within months.
All right, welcome everyone to the...
Every game awards experience points. And what we built here is an experience. Professional level equipment, the top tier partners in esports. They're also getting the experience of sportsmanship values, of working with mentors and coaches, and of being part of a team. It's all about the experience.
I need you. I need you. No, move in now. You like him. Get to the world. Good game. Well, good.
Alrighty, folks, we're heading on into the third and final round of today and the all of Fortnite Gold Regionals, coming at you from the Marvel's perspective. Marvel's going to be looking to, they did a pretty good round there. Third place, sounded like they got 10 points total. So third place plus whatever eliminations they got, 10 points. But also the Eagles did get 10 points, placing fourth. So kind of goes to show eliminations do mean a lot, as the Eagles, placing one tier lower than the Marvels, were still able to get the same amount of points. Oh gosh, a hot drop and Pilot goes down. Not sure what happened there, but it looks like the Marvels possibly came down. The resurrection, or no, Clutch MJ trying to heal, does get the shots though. The building does get the down onto them. Gonna start rezzing. It looks like Swim is gonna start rezzing up Pilot. They do get the down on that. I didn't see the finish elimination. It's also possible that it was a NPC that just got a lucky shot on the Pilot. But I did see the build. I'm not too sure. Ooh, Clutch MJ getting some damage through. It looks like, oh, that was just an NPC. Okay. So much going on, and they just dropped. So, gotta make sure that it's a lot to keep track of. But for now, at the very least, it looks like they're gonna be okay. Ooh, wow, voice crack. Jeez. That's what I get for casting all day. That's actually a good reminder for all you folks in the hot Madison summer. Stay hydrated. Stay hydrated. It's always so important. All them kids with their fancy sodas and sugary sweets. Gotta stick to that hydration with that water. That's not about the game, just, life. So we're chilling at this point. We're just hanging out, trying to see, as it looks like Red Alert has gone down and the team is able to loot around Pilot, finding what looked to be a purple sniper. That's a big deal. Like some crafting being done by J-Maker. And Clutch MJ going around smacking some bushes to get some good materials for building. Now again, Marvels and Eagles in the same match, in the same round. So they're going to have to be extremely careful. Like we saw at the very end there of last match, the Eagles and the Marvels playing against each other, right? So, we saw the Eagles place fourth and the Marvels place third. And in that short circle, I'm sure there was a couple blows and shots going back and forth between each other. Got the dividers up and making sure that the communication between the teams stays at a minimum. But there's only so much we can do. So again, tensions are high, especially going into this third round. We know from the points from last time. Again, just looking at day one, reminder that the Madison Eagles placed, were able to get 15 points. I don't know why that was so hard to say. 15 points for the Madison Eagles on day one, and 6 points for the Madison Marvels on day one. Now again, these are gold teams, so they are playing for the chance to head on out to North Carolina for that awesome North American Finals match in the Convention Center. And now that is only available to the top 16 teams. So Marvels and Eagles could go either way here, honestly, depending on how well each team goes and how well the other teams perform as well. It is completely up in the air whether or not either of these teams are going to be able to make it to those nationals there. Of course, we wish them the best of luck going into it. As I've said before and we've seen in interviews, for some of these kids, it's a dream come true to play pretty much professionally. And so that's what we're offering. So it does take a lot of work and at this point skill to get up there. But I think each kid and each team has it in them to make it to these nationals. See the UFO coming in to give them a little toss around. But it's possible that they can eliminate this. Ooh, Clutch MJ taking a little bit of shield damage there. Does look like he's able to get the elimination onto the UFO. So depending on how the Marvels want to play it, they definitely could. So they're going to get ray guns now from the Trespassers as J-Maker gets the elimination. Clutch MJ grabbing that UFO to possibly eliminate the next one. It looks like they are electing to use that UFO, very least, to possibly eliminate. Oh, it looks like they're going to move on out. As I've said yesterday, especially considering that this is the last round. Ooh, pick on out. Using the UFO effectively can be pretty tough. It's hard to know when exactly you need to use the UFO because, again, it's a big purple target in the air that also has shows up on your radar pretty easily. And so, dropping on into some enemies can be kind of tough. They do find the slurp truck, and that's going to mean that they're going to get full shields. That's a great use of the UFO to allow them to move on out over to that slurp truck and get that shield that they so desperately need. We saw in some fights, especially in I think for the Marvels, they were able to maintain a lot of health because they were so careful, I guess, with their shield, keeping their shield up. And so all damage that they took went to shield instead of their health. And health generally a lot harder to heal. The bandages take quite a bit of time. Looks like they are dropping on out. They do see the spot of the team out in the valley there. So they're going to drop off into this building using that UFO. Clutch MJ now and what looks to be Swim providing cover fire down range. The teams trying their darndest. J-Maker getting that sniper scope out, trying to get some shots. Pilot, looks like the pilot was able to get a good shot down through, but a lot of damage coming back at them. No shield for J-Maker, Clutch MJ, or Pilot. Pilot able to use those minis really quickly in a moment of respite. Now J-Maker going on that low ground, does see the scan now, can see the enemies through those walls. Don't believe anyone has any ray guns. I did see Clutch MJ getting a quick elimination, a down onto them. Oh, but wait, we do see Pilot does possibly have the railgun. Ooh, and a great shot, I believe, from Pilot with that sniper shooting it out. Does get the elimination, I saw, onto the team. Now I'm lost track a little bit of here. Clutch MJ does seem like they are on their own, but I'm not too sure where. I would assume that not too far at the very least, as I'm not 100% sure that the team has been eliminated. The opposing team has been eliminated quite yet. Yes, J-Maker does spot him out with that sniper scope. Team playing pretty cautious here into it. So Clutch MJ and Swim together here, as well as Pilot close behind. J-Maker trying to spot him out and scope him out. Yes, using that scanner grenade as well as a great sniper shot. Can see them there. No railguns to be had, but the very least looks like the enemy team is getting caught out by that circle. And so the Marvels, sensing their advantage, seem to be pushing up to try to sandwich them between the circle and them. Pilot trying to snipe them out, does see the scan through that ground, even through that hill, as the Marvels do look to be on the prowl here. Pilot getting some shots through, trying to scope it out with that purple assault rifle. Not able to find any connections quite yet, but this opposing team seems to be slippery, as they are going to rotate around, getting away from that circle, and that means that they don't want to be sandwiched. They're going to try to rotate and come through. J-Maker and Pilot, though, have the snipers. You're going to try to keep that cover fire through and keep the enemy team on their toes, while Clutch MJ grabbing some materials to make sure that that fight goes as smooth as they can. And J-Maker and Pilot do have a little bit of shield. Clutch MJ full health, though. So I believe, and possibly even Swim at full health. I'm not too sure. Clutch MJ getting the loot to make sure that they're available for that. The scanner does go out. Sniper shots coming through Pilot and J-Maker. J-Maker does take a lot of damage in that exchange. Gonna elect to start healing up with those minis. But the very least, a lot of good damage going down range from the Marvels. They're gonna start sharing heals, sharing meds, and start healing on up so that they're ready to roll. So again, and that's exactly right here. J-Maker healing up. Ooh, but a railgun. Ooh, they're going to have to be extremely careful, as they can't just be safe here. J-Maker lining up a shot. Elimination coming out from Clutch MJ, getting the range out, probably with the help of a great shot from J-Maker. The shots do go out. Pilot and J-Maker, again, with those snipers, going to be able to hold, play this fight extremely long distance, keeping them extremely safe. That railgun does announce its arrival pretty heavily with that red beam, and so the team can at least be rest assured that they can see it coming. Does look like they are the other team that they are shooting down at from range is gonna have to fight another team. So they're able to, with those snipers, able to be a part of the fight, but not be with the fight and near the fight, and not endanger themselves in this fight. Making both those teams be aware of their presence. Looks like Clutch MJ and Swim gonna start rotating through, possibly getting the aggression now here on to the team, rotating, still maintaining the high ground on those hills. Clutch MJ going into the building, but Pilot and Swim staying on that high ground, using those shots. J-Maker trying to find some lined up shots onto them, keeping them exposed and keeping them on their toes again. It's exactly the teamwork that needs to happen here going into this last round of the regionals match. So We've seen it a lot where J-Maker and Pilot just able to really effectively dish out damage and dish out bullets downrange so that they can, the clutched MJ and Swim can more effectively push through, as the enemy teams need to be aware of the bullets coming at them, and it can be hard to be aware of the people coming at them, as Clutch MJ is going through, does get the scan out, does see the enemy there, but the building is going to be tough to get through. That's a stone wall, a literal brick wall between him and the enemy. It's going to have to wait it out pretty carefully. That enemy that's in there does have quite the advantage because they can decide to aggress on Clutch MJ as whenever they need. J-Maker, though, getting caught out from a different position, does get eliminated full dead there, as Clutch MJ is in the thick of it. Pilot gonna try and push on up. Clutch MJ again in the thick of it, gets a big blast to the face, is able to dodge around. Swim on the assist, gets the elimination out, but Pilot in a bad way does get eliminated full dead down. It's just Clutch MJ and Swim now. And they're going to have to heal up, box on up. It's going to be a tight call here. Shots going out. Clutch MJ is extremely low health, though. Going to have to be extremely careful pushing up on this. I don't believe I see Swim in the thick. Well, Swim is in there, but very extremely low. Clutch MJ is going to get scanned out with those scanner rounds, and is going to have to be forced into a fight possibly. And with that, going to try to build a way, try to stay alive as much as possible. We do see on the health bars that Swim was able to heal up. Clutch MJ is able to shield up, but is still being assaulted on all sides, using that building to get a small moment of respite. We don't know where Swim is quite yet. Or no, Pilot is able to is spectating Swim here, so we can see that they are now grouped up. Swim able to get full health and shield. It is coming down to the wire, though. Clutch MJ able to heal up as well, but I'm not sure what happened. Just got blasted extremely heavily. And now it's completely up to Swim, as we see on Clutch MJ's death screen. There is a couple of players, so he is extremely outnumbered and taking a lot of damage now. Is going to need to be careful. Unfortunately, does get caught out and outnumbered there by the other team, and are going to place fourth in that round. Not too bad. Again, a pretty decent game. A different decent day coming out from the Marvels. Let's see if the Eagles are faring any better in their current game. They'd have to be doing pretty well. Does not look like they were able to make it on out past fourth place. So that's going to be it. That's the last round for these games. We're going to be tallying up the best score from each of these 3 rounds for the gold teams, and we'll see what that's going to do to affect the official scores for day 2 and just generally all together. For parents and players anxiously waiting for those results, you can probably expect those, I would hope, later today, but I can't guarantee either way. And so we will let you know as soon as we can about those scores, because I know you are anxiously awaiting. Again, top 16 teams are going to go from the gold Fortnite region, going to go to nationals. And as I said at the beginning, as Luis said at the beginning, it's going to come down to the wire. It's going to come down to today to decide what teams are going and what teams are not. Marvels and Eagles both playing pretty darn well today, getting I think Marvels probably averaged 3rd or 4th place on all 3 of their rounds. They get the victory royale the first time. They've got 3rd and then 4th in those rounds, doing extremely well. Eagles, I know in the second round getting 4th place. Again, not too bad. I'm not sure. I'd have to double check to see how the Eagles did in that last round. But as we saw, the Marbles were able to get 4th. The Eagles might have got 5th or 6th. I'm not too sure, but they sure didn't get 3rd or 2nd, unfortunately, for the Eagles. But that's going to be made up, though. The Eagles did get 15 points on the... it's all speculation here. We're going to get a little bit more concrete information, hopefully soon. And we'll be right back as we could have some interviews, could have some other stuff coming at you. So stick around for just a bit, and we'll see you then. All right, everyone, we have an awesome interview coming from Swim and Neon Ridge from the Marvels and Eagles teams, respectively. Let's just go right into it. Today is the last day for regionals. How was your experience with just everything regionals today? We'll start with Swim.
I feel like today was a really good day. Yesterday we did iffy good, and today I feel like we did a lot of good motivation, and we did a lot of teamwork and good communication. Everyone stepped up and put their most to the plate, and I feel like we did a really good job.
Yeah. And for you, Neon Ridge?
Yesterday, I think we did really good. We had a lot of good communication, but today wasn't as good. We still placed good and had a decent amount of kills. I just think our communication could have been better.
Awesome. So, so you kind of talked a little bit. I was going to ask, how do you think your team did? Maybe we'll ask instead, like, what was your favorite moment from either yesterday or today? Any, like, awesome plays from either team?
I feel like my favorite play, and it was kind of like a team play also, is when it was last game, I think. Yeah, last game. And two people were dead, and there was just me and Clutch MJ left. And I got hit for the 198, and I was at 2 HP, and I got 3 kills on 2 HP. So that was pretty epic. I was like struggling so much.
I don't really know what my favorite part to be. I mean, technically, like, all of the game that we did really good in yesterday. Because it was, like, very intense, and we got a lot of good eliminations.
Yeah. Let's, really awesome. You guys kind of talked about a little bit. I want to, like, elaborate a little bit about, like, emotions. So, like, where are you guys at? Like, how do you feel? Are you nervous to see the scores? How do you feel about this whole experience in generally? Was it fun? Like, where are you at right now emotionally and mentally?
Right now,
nervous?
I'm iffy nervous, but I'm very proud of myself and proud of my team. It doesn't matter if we do or do not make the nationals. I feel like it was an amazing experience, and I'm thankful.
Yeah.
I'm pretty happy. Not too nervous because I think we did pretty good, and I think we have a good chance of going to nationals.
Yeah, I think both teams did extremely well both days, and so I'm anxiously waiting with you guys to see where that is at for the scores. But in the meantime, I guess the last question I'll have, since we're kind of anxiously waiting those scores, what would it mean to you guys to go to that convention center in North Carolina for that finals? Like, what does that mean to go to that for you guys?
I feel like it would mean a lot because most of my friends don't believe that like I could like go with somewhere, and I feel like I could prove them that I could do something with this, and it would make me feel like really proud of myself because I knew I did something with like good in gaming.
It would be amazing because like I've always played gaming thinking that like I wouldn't go anywhere with it just to have fun, but I think it'd be like really amazing and a good experience to go there.
I agree. It is going to be a crazy experience for you guys. Do you guys have any like final thoughts? Anyone to thank at all for just this whirlwind of a weekend, right? Any closing thoughts there?
I just gotta thank Alex for always like helping us with the coaching and always helping and being there and supporting.
Luis?
Oh yeah, I haven't talked to him that much. Luis helped me, put me on like out like side and talk to me and like how to like self-regulate, because yesterday I was kind of getting pretty like mad at myself and kind of my team, but today we did really well and I'm so thankful and proud of them.
I'm also really happy for thankful for Alex and Luis because they really helped me with like getting better, and like Luis helped me like cause kind of like Tyler, we were like both getting really mad because we were like into the game, and also my teammates kind of helped me like when I was frustrated, they kind of understood that.
Yeah. Awesome thoughts from both of you. Thank you guys for coming in and doing an awesome interview with me. Again, we're really having those scores. Again, super anxiously waiting for those scores with you guys. We'll see how that will shake out. Wish you the best of luck. I mean, I already did it, but I think both of you are also possibly joining us for the season, so we'll see you then. And yeah, thank you guys for coming on out, having a good time, and joining us for regionals. All right, we'll be right back as we're going to set up for the Overwatch games coming at you, so stick around for that. See you then. All right, everyone, we're back with another quick interview with a surprise guest. We've got Coach Alex here, the Fortnite head coach. How are your thoughts after all this regional, just this whole crazy whirlwind of a weekend? What are your thoughts?
Well, you're right. It has definitely been a whirlwind. I've got a million thoughts. I've been thinking about a million different things. I had a lot of high hopes going into this season and a lot of expectations. I knew I had some great players, and there were some fears too. Figuring out how the kids were going to work together. bringing their own fears in, the pressure of going to nationals, and we had some of those struggles on day 1 too. So I guess my thoughts were on the kids, how they're doing, what they're stressed about, what I need to be stressed about to make sure they can play well. But right at this very moment, I'm just elated that they played as well as they did. They did super. We had a lot of kids step up, get outside of their comfort zone a little bit, and I'm proud of them all. They've all done a really good job.
Yeah, you mentioned some of the trials and tribulations of this weekend. I know some of the kids mentioned there was some pep talks going. How do you handle these kind of different situations with the kids? Because obviously they're kids, right? But how do you as a coach kind of handle those situations?
For sure. I mean, and I got to take it on a case-by-case basis. I really am just trying to think about what each individual kid needs and what I can offer them in terms of an individual apart from like the whole team. Obviously, with so many kids, with 8 different kids I'm trying to handle at one time, it's not feasible for me to like one-on-one with every single one of them and get that close communication, even if I'd love to do that. So there's definitely got to be, I've got to find, I think, like the key thing. I've got to pick the one thing that's most important and sort of stress that for all of them.
Yeah, that's awesome. Going kind of outside of that, what was your favorite moment of this weekend? Any great plays from any of the kids?
I mean, just to see these guys' first couple games as they turned around on the Gold Marbles was a huge one for sure. We were all really pumped up, and that energy just spread after that first game. Everybody was fired up after that, so that was a highlight for me for sure. But I mean, even on our first day, we had the Gold Eagles, who had a fantastic second place performance in one of their first or second games, and to the Silver team too. I think seeing the different ways that they all kind of approached this regionals, they all had different goals and they all had different levels of experience, and I think they all, overall, I think they all had a lot of fun, and I think it went well.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's all I got for you. Any final thoughts about the regionals just generally?
No, just thank you to the kids for putting up with me, the parents. I do my best to provide them the best Fortnite experience, the kind of experience that I would want to get. So I hope that I'm not giving too many pep talks. I hope you guys are all still having fun, and I mean, it was amazing to see you guys all compete. So yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, thank you for joining me in the interview. Like I said before, we're going to get set up for the Overwatch games coming at you pretty soon, so stick around for that. Thank you again, Alex, for joining me.
Of course.
We'll see you folks then.
have this cool jersey, I have this cool armrest. They made really close new friends through gaming, and this was an opportunity for them to be part of a team.
Get the right ball, right down.
You get to feel like we're actually in the big leagues.
Good game.
Good.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the second day of the XP League regional matches here at Madison, Wisconsin. I'm Cody. I'm looking forward to an awesome day 2 of the final matches for the regional matches of Overwatch. We're going to be coming at you with the Madison Eagles versus the Monterey Whales. Monterey Whales just came out of a pretty tough game against the Nomads, so it could be anyone's game here. I'm looking forward to a jam-packed game coming from both of them. So without further ado, let's just head on in to the game right here. Alrighty. We've got, and apologies there, we've got the Madison Eagles on your left versus the versus the Monterey Whales on your right. Got a lot of players coming at you, looking for an awesome game here. Hello, and I'm joined here by our wonderful caster. Why don't you introduce yourself?
I'm Bennett. I am the assistant coach for the Rocket League team, and I will be bringing you some great Overwatch today. We are going to have the Eagles going up now against the Whales. Have faced off against each other yesterday. The Eagles were able to take a narrow victory. Now coming in here for the rematch, both teams will be ready to go. Both teams having their tournament on the line here. The winner will advance to face the Marvels and dominate. Gets picked off first by that Pharah spam damage. You can see that ultimate building so quickly now for Sea Serpent 22, and Madison's other DPS will fall as well. The healer is just not able to keep up. Captain Calamari as well falls, and this will be a decisive victory early on for the Whales.
I don't know, maybe it was the jitters here, as the Eagles just kind of coming out there, getting pretty annihilated going into this first fight. I think from the long day of yesterday and just coming in for their first match for today, they're a little rusty probably, and the Whales being practiced up after their game with the Nomads. It's going to be, yeah.
Oh, that's a great pick, though, onto the Mercy for the Whales. The Pharah will fall soon after. And the Whales, they absolutely needed that Pharah Mercy to output the damage. You can see Madison 10. That's going to be Waspies switching onto the Ashe. That double hit scan composition for Madison will be enough to counter here. against that Pharah, and that should give Madison an advantage. But coming back into this fight, the Whales, they have some ultimates and they still retain control of the point. Madison taking so much damage in this situation. Plurp, that Reinhardt falling early, but the whole hog ultimate coming out. That will find 2 off the side of the map. Incredible work from Luigi there on the Roadhog. Finding 2, but getting eliminated himself as well. The Zenyatta finds 1, but the resurrection is going to be huge from the Whales Mercy. And it will be close, but the Whales will still hold on here. 70% and counting. Madison, they only have a couple of attempts left at this, and still, you can see, look at those ultimate charges on the top of your screen. The Whales nearly coming up with 5 ultimates here. They have the Nano Barrage, which could be so devastating to Madison if they're not careful. Is the Pharah going to get in position to use it? Let's see. Sea Serpent coming around there, gets the Nano. The Barrage has got to come soon here, and it finds 2 already. The Shatter is there, Plurp getting slammed down, taken out by the Pharah, and the Barrage isn't even necessary. 95% and counting. 2 of Madison off the side. Sea Serpent 22 with a brilliant boop. And now it'll just be cleaning up the remainder as the Whales here. Madison 10 does find 1. That'll be Waspies taking out the Pharah, but is anybody going to even be able to touch the point? No, Plurp can't quite make it in time. And that is a dominant first point coming out from the Monterey Whales.
Yeah, 99-0 is nothing to scoff at. The Whales coming out extremely strong against the Eagles. I'm going to say I'm a little surprised, honestly. After the last round of yesterday, Eagles going pretty much undefeated yesterday. Even against the Whales, they did end up coming out victorious against the Whales. For the Whales to go 99-0, you know, I'm a little dumbfounded in that.
Yeah, I mean, Control is a very unusual map type, and this Pharah was something that the Eagles, they clearly weren't quite ready for it. Now you'll see them coming out on the Junkrat, maybe hoping to spam down the enemy tanks before the Pharah can do too much damage to them, but Dominate's going to have a hard task ahead of him. He's going to need to counter that Pharah and the Mercy practically alone. The only hit scan hero on the team besides Baptiste who's going to have a chance at doing that. We're going to need to see a lot of work out of Dominate, but the Mercy falling early. Great rocks from Luigi. That's going to make the Pharah much less sustainable. No healing is going to be available for her, but nevertheless, she's able to take down the Junkrat. Melon Man, though, does fall to Plurp, and Madison, they do have a numbers advantage here, but that'll be quickly denied as the Reinhardt from the Monterey Whales does find 2. Plurp falling as well. The Pharah goes down for them, but it's going to be too little too late for Madison. As the Monterey Whales, they're just able to sit down on the point. And the resurrection coming in from the Monterey Whales Mercy as well. The Pharah just able to continue throwing those rocks down into Madison. The rock from Sigma, it's not going to be enough. And actually, Luigi will get chased down in the corner there. Madison, they're staggered. They need to regroup and find the numbers advantage. But it's going to be Waspies going down as well. Dominate finds 1 on the Mercy. That's going to be no Resurrect available. The Pharah as well. Dominate, an incredible job there to try to turn this fight around. But it's going to be so difficult still. Madison's numbers, they're starting to come back now. And they'll have a brief moment of advantage before the Pharah and Mercy can get back into the fight. Are they going to be able to seize that moment? It doesn't look like they will, as the Pharah and Mercy, you'll see them coming around the corner now. They will be back into this fight, but Melon Man does fall. And it looks like Madison, they are coming at this with an advantage now. The High Noon takes out the Mercy once again. And the Pharah is going to have a very hard time getting value without that Mercy. A couple of Madison's members fall, but it won't be enough to keep them from capturing this point. The Reinhardt giving a lot of danger here to the Sigma, who is going to fall. Going out of that Immortality field, Captain Calamari unable to keep him up there. And this point may get flipped just as quickly as Madison were able to. The Junkrat, the only one left to stall, and that will not last long. Dominate back, though, and this fight could just continue. The never-ending fight, it seems, as Plurp is able to cleave through the enemy team with that hammer. But that Shadow doesn't find anything, and the Monterey Whales, they'll find Plurp taking so much damage there, will fall. The Mercy is down, though, for the Whales, and that's going to be some healing unavailable to them. In the end, it looks like they will be able to flip the point, though, and the Meteor Strike coming in, looking to stagger Madison even further. They will find that onto the Baptiste, but now the Doomfist gonna have to be careful here, gonna have to get out. And that's Junkrat spam is being very effectively countered by the Diva, I think. A little Galaxy Man doing a great job absorbing those bullets, but Farah finds 3, getting picked off in the end, but it matters not. Sea Serpent 22 going to be sending Madison straight back to the spawn room and even finding the resurrection. Monterey Wales, this Mercy, I don't even know their name, but they are doing an absolutely incredible job of this one. And now, Madison, they have one chance left. If they want to stay in contention for this first map, they need to get on the point right now. Flurp doesn't have the Shadow, but they have a couple of ultimates available to them. Are they going to be able to get value? That's a big Gravitic Flux, but they won't be able to find much more with it. The Farah does go down. Is the Mercy going to be able to resurrect it? Maybe. The Doomfist harassing Dominate on the side. The High Noon getting no value. The Self-Destruct does catch the Moira. That's going to be Madison's healing largely taken out of the picture. Captain Calamari falls as well. Madison now with no healing left. And it's just going to be the cleanup crew now as the Monterey Whales are able to roll over them on the first map of Busan. And Madison, they need to change something up here. The Tracer's going to be touching the point, but that will not be lasting long as Dominate 150 health, 1 recall, but that is not going to be enough to get you back into this one. The Moira alone falls as well. And Madison, they can keep coming at this one after another, but that will not be enough, or will it? The Shatter doesn't find anything from Plurp, but the damage could be there. The ball might have stalled just long enough from Luigi, and it is looking suddenly possible, but no. Madison, it will be denied once more. The Tracer back to continue this heroic stall, but it will not be enough. The Whales will take map 1.
A pretty tough match coming from the Whales, putting up a great fight going into this match. We do see the play of the game coming out from Luigi, this whole hog probably coming through. I don't know. I think
environmental elimination is really huge there.
I think looking at the roster from the Eagles just a little bit, we have a couple different swaps coming through. Some players not playing roles that they're quite used to, I would say. We have Captain Calamari playing out the support on that Baptiste, as well as some other folks going through. So I don't know. We'll see how they can do going into this next round. That Farah Sea Serpent able to really dominate that entire round there.
Yeah, and we'll be right back with you folks for that second map.
See you then.
this cool jersey, I have this cool armrest. They made really close new friends through gaming, and this was an opportunity for them to be part of a team.
Get the right ball, right down.
You get to feel like we're actually in the big leagues.
Good game.
Traveling to Volskaya Industries.
Alrighty, folks, we're coming back at you with map 2 of the Madison Eagles versus the Monterey Whales. Eagles deciding to get a quick swap in. Whales were able to ban a couple maps, and the Eagles decided to pick the map 2 to be Volskaya Industries.
Yeah, the bans, for those interested, did go on to Hanamura, Watchpoint Gibraltar, and Junkertown. Those 3 maps sort of have a few things in common, namely that they really emphasize that long-range gameplay. And Madison have done a wise pick in response to this. Volskaya Industries is a map with incredibly long sightlines. What this means is that with Sea Serpent on this absolutely dominant Pharah, Madison have a chance to play sniper heroes and really get huge value out of that, as well as potentially shutting down that flying hero, because those snipers can be so effective against those aerial targets. However, it looks like Madison will be opting to try to challenge the Pharah with a flying hero of their own. Namely, that's going to be Waspies on the Echo.
Well,
and
pulling it
it'll
out,
be interesting to see.
We do get the swap out from Tiny Beast into Phantom. We know Phantom from the last couple rounds plays a pretty mean Ana and dominate on that McCree. Gonna give a little bit of contesting to that Pharah, but we saw last round Dominate just not able to do it as effectively as maybe possible. As we go into the first fight, they're ready to roll into the first map.
But you can see Phantom, oh my goodness, look at that ult charge. The Mercy goes down so early to Dominate, and that's amazing poke coming out from Madison. The Wrecking Ball is going to take so much damage too because of that Ana, the anti-grenade preventing healing, and the Ana could land a Sleep Dart as well. Phantom 65% of the ultimate before anybody else crosses 50. The Nano Boost is going to be ready before the Whales know what hit them, and Plurp with a Nano Boost in the backline. I mean, we saw how dominant that was against the Monterey Whales just yesterday on King's Row in particular. That could have been arguably the deciding factor, and now the Nano Boost is ready. Plurp is certainly looking to use it here. The Pharah is still raining damage down on them, but with Plurp in the front line with a Nano, it might not matter. Phantom, though, taking a lot of damage to this Pharah, and they don't really have an answer. Captain Calamari goes down, and Phantom is going to be holding the Nano very wisely, I think, dropping down to just a sliver of health. And it is going to be Luigi who drops first. Madison, they need to regroup on this one, as Pharah finding the Phantom as well, and now trying to find Plurp with the healing low. It's going to be very difficult to stay alive as that Reinhardt falling down to a sliver of health before the Pharah taking him down once again. And it's going to be the Whales, just this brutal hold on defense. Phantom, he found the Nano early on, but they didn't opt to use it when they had that advantage.
Again, Sea Serpent on that Pharah is just dominating the back line and all of the Eagles team, honestly. And the Eagles doing their best to really contest, but Sea Serpent just has that great mechanical skill as the Nano Boost.
Oh, the Nano Boost onto the
through.
Pharah. The barrage is sure to come next. It's going to be an opportunity for them. Does get rocks, but the barrage is huge. Finds Plurp and does a lot of damage to the rest of the team. The Resurrect onto Sea Serpent as well. Dominate, finding the pickoff, but it's going to be completely negated by the Whales' use of that Mercy. The Pharah and the Mercy work together to get an incredible amount of value here, giving the Pharah that sustaining ability and the Resurrect. So once the Pharah overextends, they can afford to make that mistake. And now with just 1:30 remaining, Madison, they do find themselves at an ultimate advantage, and they're going to use that window right away. The Fire Strike just melts the Whales' Reinhardt, and Plurp is now going to be faced with this great situation. There's no enemy Reinhardt, but somehow the backline of the Eagles still manages to fall. This Pharah catching 3, and that's going to give the Monterey Whales plenty of time to reset their Reinhardt. Plurp does have the Shatter, but that's a dangerous charge. Doesn't quite pin anybody. And now with just a minute left, this could be their last chance.
It's looking really rough for our heroes, the Eagles here. Again, Sea Serpent just dishing out so much free damage. It's been so hard to contest as
the barrage brutal.
the sleep dart does get through, but it's just not going to be enough as the barrage does find two. Dominate
That's a
does
good
get the
Deadeye.
Deadeye, but I don't know if it's going to be enough, honestly. The Eagles just not able to get through this wall of the whales.
Now there's a brief moment. The Farah and the Mercy are still respawning. They haven't come back yet. Volskaya Industries is going to be a very long walk from the spawn point back. And now Plurp nanoed. There's going to be no Farah in here. The ball gets pinned and going to take so much damage to Plurp. Swings. That's a huge shatter. Catches two. The nano boost onto the Monterey Whales. Reinhardt, it won't find enough, but it does get a pin onto Plurp. And Plurp will fall here. The mine's coming out onto point, and it's going to be just Luigi left on this Sigma. And not going to be able to do enough there. The Reinhardt hammer will take it down, and it doesn't look like Madison will even be able to touch this one. The full hold coming out off the back of Sea Serpent's incredible Farah.
I was going to say in that last fight, it was looking strong for the Eagles there, but the Whales just had the ults to counter back, and because of that, they're going to single-handedly and very almost easily, it seems, full cap that objective. Again, that Sea Serpent coming out like a slithery snake and just wrecking the Eagles team all up.
I'll remind you, this series' first 2 wins, the Whales already have one. To have any hope of continuing the series, the Eagles need to find an answer, and they need to find it right here on the first point of Volskaya Industries, because if 33% of that point goes over to the Whales, that will be their second win and the completion of the series. For the Whales, the victory is in sight. All they need is to make it onto that point for a few brief moments, and they don't need to switch anything up to do it. You can see the Farah, the Mercy, every piece that they need is there. And the Eagles, what is their response? Dominate on the Ashe, the long-range hit scan coming out for them, as well as it's going to be Waspies on the Sombra. This is an interesting thing we haven't really seen before. Could be a very effective counter to heroes like the Wrecking Ball, with the hack from Sombra preventing them from using their mobility abilities to escape Madison. This could be a very effective counter, but they have a long task ahead of them, 4 minutes, and they need to hold this one perfectly.
The trick with this Sombra is to get in within range, and if that Sea Serpent has been so strong
That's a
as
nice
it has...
hack to sleep. Oh, that's perfect for Madison. But the Winston is already on the point. Dominate getting pressured out here. XPL Phantom drops early to the Doomfist as well. Everybody was so focused on Sea Serpent. Melon Man was able to get into the back, and the picks are now absolutely massive. Melon Man and Sea Serpent work together, and that's 5 down, and that's all it will take. The Whales, they'll just step on the point and claim their prize. Victory.
Like I said before, having seen the Eagles defeat the Whales in a previous match, I didn't think that this would be something that we'd be saying, and the Whales are going to be the victors in this round. An amazing,
incredible barrage. Finds 2, breaks the shield instantly, even getting slept. 81% kill participation. That means that 4 of every 5 eliminations that the Whales were able to find, Sea Serpent was involved in. That's how much impact this Farah had on this decisive game for the Whales to send them to the finals.
It was quite the match to see, and with that, that's going to be that round. Eagles going to go, well, the Whales going to move on further into the final matches. I believe they're going to be playing in just a minute while we get that set up. The Madison Marvels. Madison Marvels have something, definitely have their work cut out for them after that match. So it's going to be a great and exciting one for you. So stick around for that. We'll be right back with some more XPL Regional Overwatch games. Be right back.
Head back up. Alright, root for telling.
Esports is a multi-billion-dollar industry. We're taking that and we're delivering it to elementary and middle school kids. We're bridging the gap between conventional athletics and competitive gaming.
Dad, alright. Push up with me, push up with me.
What brought me to XP League is the experience of my children. I had always hoped and wanted them to be a part of a youth athletics team. They all love competitive gaming, so why not marry their passion with what I'm hoping for them to learn and achieve and put healthy, solid values in place in something that the kids want to do and are excited about doing. XP League allows kids who aren't interested in sports to gain that same coach-led experience that you would get playing hockey or baseball. And we found a way to deliver that as a business model that is not only successful for the kids who participate in it, but it's also successful for the franchisees who get involved.
The first XP coin going out to Jason.
Through a partnership with the Positive Coaching Alliance, our coaches go through a double goal certification. They learn not only how to work through the strategies of the different games they're playing, but they also work through how to impact these kids' lives in a positive way. They get to mark and highlight behaviors and attributes that will lead to long-term life skills.
Focus more, focus more, focus more.
Most things like to get to the point. They know if they don't touch it, it will be over, so they're going to trickle in one by one. And I promise, indeed, a whole five. The Nomad, fantastic play by Noah. And somehow, the Nomads actually hold off the point and force a third game. Unbelievable.
Through a really exciting partnership with AimLab, we're able to offer something that is unheard of in this age bracket. We have kids working on the same technology that the pros are training to improve their skills.
One of the really cool things about AimLab is the fact that you can compare yourself to pro players. This allows our players to be able to rise to the challenge and to be able to level up.
Take out the mech. Got him. Nice job.
Partnerships like Raven help separate XP League from all the other players in the youth esports industry. These kids wear their jerseys, the same jerseys that pro gamers wear, and they beam with confidence.
She was really excited for the jerseys. She wears it often.
As soon as we saw the one that he got, we all wanted our very own, and so we're getting our own jerseys for the family.
He would never take off the jersey.
Not only do we get the same jerseys that the professional gamers wear, they're also creating all of our custom logos for all of our teams. Raven brings the highest quality and creativity to the gamers of XP League.
Our franchisees are called league commissioners. And the reason we call them that is because we provide them a league in a box. So each independent commissioner will have access to 20 teams that they can run over various seasons, over various games. We've thought of everything for them. The objective is to make it as easy as possible to put this model together and make it successful. In your league in a box, you've got the partnerships with the manufacturers. We've got your coaching partners set up to train your parent volunteers. It is a low-cost model that you can roll out and be up in gaming within months.
All right, welcome everyone to the...
Every game awards experience points. And what we built here is an experience. Professional level equipment, the top tier partners in esports. They're also getting the experience of sportsmanship values, of working with mentors and coaches, and of being part of a team. It's all about the experience.
I need you. I need you. Go, move in now, now. You like him. He's good. Get him go world. Good game. Good.
Alrighty, folks, we are coming back in to another wonderful Overwatch game. We've got the grand finals coming at you for the Madison Marvels versus the now victorious Monterey Whales in this. It's going to be crazy, folks. This grand finals. Marvels have gone undefeated, winning the winner's bracket. So if the Marvels win here, that's going to name them the crown champions of this regional bracket. The Monterey win will go to another best of 3 to decide who will take that first position. I don't know what to expect at this point, Bennett.
Yeah, I mean, the Monterey Whales, we saw them lose yesterday to the Eagles, but then we saw them claw their way back through the losers bracket, finally defeating the Eagles to earn their place here in the grand finals. They do have an uphill battle ahead of them. They need to win 2 best of 3 series now to take home the championship title, but we saw them overcome the odds before, and they're going to be on this Pharah Mercy again. It's clear they've got this ace in the hole, and the Madison Marvels, they've seen it. They watched the Eagles game. They know what's coming at them. Let's see how they respond.
Already, we see a Symmetra pick coming out from Frost. Gonna allow for that teleport. We know from a lot of other matches that the teleporter is gonna allow them to go through, and there goes the teleport.
Great
there.
Down mid. They're on the point immediately. They could get split up here, though. The Symmetra getting antied immediately and does go down to that damage from the Whales. However, the Reinhardt falling early and the Roadhog, the tanks are both out of this fight for the Monterey Whales. They are getting a few eliminations here, but without their tanks, they're going to be in some pretty dire straits, as the Mercy will go down as well. They're going to be low on healing, and they'll have to walk back to point slowly now. Labrat is going to be slept on the point, but still there, still with a decent pool of health, but getting harassed in the corner by this Pharah, who managed to miraculously stay up throughout the entire engagement, and it'll be Sea Serpent's heroics that'll once again save the Monterey Whales.
Again, a lot of great eliminations from Sea Serpent. The Marvels
that's a big hack.
Extremely aware of this, as we see now Frost coming with that Sombra that we've seen so strong from Frost. It's going to try to come out, but the Barrage going to come out and find an elimination out onto Lunar Eclipse. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, Madison, they need to regroup here. They do have the nano boost with Jagged Placebo is going to be having that, and they're also going to have Labrat nearly with the Shatter, but the Ana falls so early. They need to just fully regroup here. They need to find an elimination. With this Monterey Whales team, they're overextending here. That's a good resurrect from Lunar Eclipse to get Jagged Placebo back into the fight on this Ana. The Nano Boost, the Shatter, their win condition is right there in front of them, and the Reinhardt gets the Nano. You know it's coming. The Shatter finds the Doom Fist. That'll be able to take him down. The Mercy falling as well for the Whales. They'll lose 2. Madison lose 2 as well, though, and the Nano Boosted Reinhardt in response could be enough for the Whales to miraculously clean this one up, and the Pharah again finds 3 in that fight. The heroics are just always there, it seems, and you can see the barrage built up already. And now Madison absolutely dry of ultimates. They have 2, maybe 3 fights left if they take it quickly. And what's this? They go on to the May. This is going to be something creative. We haven't seen this from them.
We saw it a couple times with a couple points where they were intending to stall the point as long as possible, and that could be exactly
gets shut down.
Sea Serpent does go down to Frost on that May.
The hook. Galaxy Man flanking behind there with the Roadhog, so dangerous. The hero with the ability to heal himself so much, and Madison's May will fall, but the pin onto the enemy Reinhardt will be enough. The Shatter coming out, not going to find very much, but the sleep is there onto the Mercy. No resurrect to be had here, but Madison's supports will fall. The Whales, they just need to hold for a little while longer. Little Galaxy Man falls low from the self-destruct, and it's going to be Madison pushing forward. Ghost on the Soldier trying to take down the Pharah, but will not be able to do so. The Mercy is just doing so much work keeping Sea Serpent in this fight, and the sleep onto Labrat's Reinhardt will be enough to shut that push down. Madison, they have 40 seconds. This is their last chance.
It is looking really tough. We see a lot of good switches. The Marvels trying to do their darndest against this, but Melon Man is able to get a great back line, but Marvels coming through with a really good sleep, as you said. Lucky
Oh, the
Frost
Sea
trying to
Serpent
get the
finding the
background.
Mercy, and then the Mei. 20 seconds remain. Who's going to touch? The Ana almost has the Nano Boost she needs to stay alive, though. It's going to be Jagged Placebo, 96%. That Nano Boost could be the difference between defeat and victory. It's going to have to be the Reinhardt charging in. The Nano Boost must be applied now, but it's not going to be able to. It won't come out the barrage too quick. And now, Madison, their tanks are antied in the corner. They're losing health. The tanks both fall on the point. The Mercy down as well. No resurrection will be available. The Mei wall will not be enough. And Madison get full held on Hanamura.
The Whales lighting up the kill feed there against the Marvels. 4 eliminations in that last fight. The Marvels with 0. It's looking really tough here for the Marvels as they're going in.
I don't know what the Marvels have planned as an answer for this Pharah. They clearly had a plan of some sort, but it didn't seem to work. The Sombra, it seemed like they were trying to hack the Pharah, but the Monterey Whales did an amazing job. Every time the Sombra's hack came through, they were there to support their teammate, and that Pharah just could not go down. The Madison Marvels were not able to shut down the Pharah fast enough. They got a few eliminations, but so few and far between that between the Mercy Resurrects and the long walk back from spawn, the Monterey Whales always seem to have the bodies on point that they needed. And now they're going to have 4 minutes to take a single tick of the first point of Hanamura, just 33%.
It's going to be tough. Again, not looking too great for our heroes. That Sea Serpent Pharmacy combo from, we've said it during the Eagles, and it's the same here. Sea Serpent just dominating against the Marvels.
Oh, look at those turrets! Look at where they're placed, up there on the wall. You've seen the Pharah flying through that gate so many times. Those turrets will be an unwelcome surprise if she chooses to do so. Those 3 turrets will lock onto her, those beams, slowing her down, dealing damage. And this is an incredibly heads-up play from Jagged Placebo on the Symmetra. Those turrets could be the difference between defeat and victory for the Marvels.
Marvel's not giving up here. They're gonna pull all the stops they can. The Pharah does see those turrets though.
But look, the Reinhardt already has 70% of the Earth Shatter, has found some massive fire strikes, and now the Earth Shatter could be ready in this very first fight. The hook onto the Ana, so unfortunate. Madison gonna lose a large portion of their healing. Mercy needs to find that Resurrector. It could be all over. But the Mercy's in a dangerous spot. Reinhardt falling as well. And now the Mercy forced to retreat to point, trying to boost this Junkrat, but no eliminations to be found so far. Meanwhile, the Whales, they'll be flanking around the back line. The Reinhardt does go down for them, but so many members have fallen already for the Madison Marvels. They will not be able to hold this first point unless a miracle happens. The Lucio is here, and he will need to stall for a very, very long time for them to have any chance. Can the Pharah hit the Lucio? Oh, yes, she can. You know it. That aim is impeccable, but now the Reinhardt is back, and that's a shatter onto the Mercy. The Mercy will fall, and that's going to mean no Resurrect available for the Whales. The Reinhardt pin from the Whales will miss. But unfortunately, Madison, they lose the Reinhardt, they lose the ball, but the Resurrection is there. The Earth Shatter coming down, but it's not going to find Madison's Reinhardt. The beat is there to give them a little bit of extra health, the Whales, and they will be able to secure that one. The Marvels, they tried for the miracle hold, but they couldn't quite make it happen.
It is tough to see, being the coach of the Marvels, again, seeing the Marvels go undefeated here. This is only map 1, so the Marvels do have a chance to come back, but after a performance like that, getting full held and then just getting stopped with 3 minutes almost on that clock, it's not looking great for the Marvels.
I mean, between games, before we cut to a break, I'd love to ask you, like you mentioned, you are the coach of the Marvels. What do you think that they can do here against this Pharah Mercy combination? They saw the Eagles, their sibling team, fall to the exact same. As their coach, what do you want to see in this next match here?
I mean, we all know Pharah, Mercy, you have to get those hit scan characters. You have to get a great sightline onto that Pharah, and you need to focus them down very heavily. So I'm thinking something like a hit scan character, Soldier 76, something like that, and a team that is willing to protect that hit scan character with their lives. Until that Sea Serpent goes down, they need to be on edge and aware of where that pharmacy combo is at all times so that they can open it up once that elimination goes through.
Yeah, all right. You heard it there first, folks, from the Madison Marvels coach. And we'll see, are the Madison Marvels going to be able to take that advice into the upcoming match? You'll see after the break.
I have this cool jersey, I have this cool armrest. They made really close new friends through gaming, and this was an opportunity for them to be part of a team.
Get the right ball, right down.
You get to feel like we're actually in the big leagues.
Good game.
Good.
Alrighty, folks, we're heading on into map 2 of the Madison Marvels versus the Monterey Whales in this grand final, the first grand final match. Again, if the Marvels are able to win here, they're going to be able to take the victory, take the bracket. But if they lose here, they're going to have one more chance to come on through. Wales looking strong in this first map. Marvels were able to get the pick here, and Dorado is the map they decided. I don't know, is it going to be good enough here, Bennett, for them to beat this really strong Leviathan Sea Serpent on the Whales?
Yeah, I think, oh my goodness, this is a brilliant pick from Madison. Going on to the Torbjorn, this pick allows them to get that turret, and what the turret can do is, the turret auto aims. It beams the Pharah out of the sky without any player input. 20 damage per second. The Mercy can heal it, but it's very difficult for her to do so, and she's going to need to practically ignore the rest of her team to keep them alive through that sort of thing. Meanwhile, the rest of Madison can focus on brawling on the ground, and this turret will buy them a little bit of space that they desperately need against this Pharah comp, so long as they can protect it.
Already, we see them going around this high ground position.
Mercy drops!
Getting the turret, protecting the turret, and that Mercy already going down. That's exactly what we were just talking about, that turret able to hold strong. The Torbjorn using the hammer to keep it repaired.
Yeah, and Sea Serpent, just go directly to spawn. Do not pass go. You're not allowed to go outside without your Mercy. It's like quarantine. You need that healing in order to survive against the beam of the turret. And Madison doing an incredible job protecting it. Meanwhile, the payload giving them some trouble, but they do find the elimination onto that Ana. Now, they're going to have very little healing on the side of the Whales, and Madison, with the Junkrat damage, they will be able to put on a lot of spam. You can already see it happening. The sleep onto the flanking Reinhardt as well. Madison will be able to deal with that at their leisure, and now it's just the tanks that remain and the Pharah. The turret does get disassembled for the moment, but Jagged Placebo will be able to put it back up real soon. The tank's getting anti-healing placed on them for just a moment, but the Roadhog flank, this could be brutal for Madison. The Mercy falls to that Pharah, but oh my goodness, what a shot from Jagged Placebo to take down that Pharah. The Resurrect does come out, but that's Resurrect gone for them, and the turret's back up, giving them a little bit more space. The Pharah, you can see her health. It's in a precarious position, and now the tire for Madison could harass this enemy team. They just need to find some eliminations with it. Let's see what they can find. Doesn't look like much of anything, but that barrage will be enough. It'll take down the Torbjorn, but the hook is amazing. Great job from Frost to take that far out of the fight, and the Resurrection to deny the impact as well. A big slam catches a couple, and the Fire Strike to follow it up. Incredible work from Labrat on the Reinhardt to just clean up, cleaving through the enemy team with that nano-boosted Earth Shatter. And now, this is looking great for Madison. 2 minutes off the clock, and the Pharah has been finally stopped.
A great strategic pick coming out from the kids there, being able to pick this escort map, using that high ground to counter it. The hook's able to pull them out of the sky. The turret to dish out that passive damage. The team is being aware of this.
This is a flank, though. Madison, they find themselves in a bit of a positional danger here. The Molten Core coming out, though, that lava's gonna burn down the Roadhog. Now that's a significant advantage for Madison in this brawl, and the Doomfist gets cooked as well, cooked alive. The Roadhog is just gonna be brawling on the point, and the Monterey Whales down so many members. Madison, they'll just back out of this one. They lose one, but the Resurrect will instantly be there. Of course, Lunar Eclipse doing a great job to keep the team in this one.
You know, honestly, if I look back to all the matches in the regional tournament here, we have not seen a single person pick a Torbjorn. I think this Torbjorn pick is what is getting them here. It's just able to really throw a huge loop and a huge pin right outside of that ult. Well,
the Meteor Strike was used specifically to counter the turret. That's how much trouble they're having with it. And a whole ultimate had to be used specifically to counter one little turret. And the Mercy dropping here as well. Sea Serpent's going to have a hard time staying up after that one. Madison, they lose a couple of members, but how many ultimates did the Monterey Whales have to expend to get that value? The Junkrat doing a great job here as well. We cannot forget that incredible work coming out from Ghost here on the damage. The cart will continue to be pushed, but Madison, they are able to regroup. They have their healers, they have their Reinhardt. They're pretty close to their Earth Shatter, and that could be devastating. It's going to be all on the Monterey Whales Reinhardt to block this one, and it's going to come down. It doesn't find much, and that's the support squad. That's the Pharah that we have come to know in this series here. Sea Serpent catching both Madison's supports, and they will have to accept point 2. They get a brilliant hold on point 1, taking it all the way to overtime, but it will not end the map here.
I think if I saw that correctly, I think the Earth Shatter coming out from Labrat was, I think, punched out by
canceled by the stun of punch. I think you're right.
The audio went through. I think the entire audio, like the whole thing, it was that close to getting off, and I think that would have been, if that play there by Melon Man, I think won them that point there. I think if that Earth Shatter went
definitely
off,
could have been it. The Pharah finds the turret though, and now that's going to be a lot of pressure taken off her. She's going to be flanking here. Madison with a significant ultimate advantage, but Sea Serpent now so close to that barrage. Only 25% remains. The whole hog canceled by the hook. That is incredible. And now the amplification matrix going to burn down the Madison team as well. They're going to need to regroup into this one. A number of ultimates will be expended, but that critical barrage is still available, as is the Earth Shatter. That could be a powerful combination if Madison aren't careful. That's a big Molten Core, though. Again, punched out. That's the third ultimate that they've been able to cancel this map. The barrage finds 3. Canceled so quickly, but the Resurrect will be there. The pin onto point. Madison trying desperately to stall this one out, but they won't be able to do so. The Pharah just does so much damage. They still have their Earth Shatter. They have their Nano. But now the ultimate pendulum starting to swing in the other direction. A minute remains, but make it 2:30 as the second point will be captured, adding a little bit more time to the Monterey Whales offense. They have this final point. That's all they need to make, but it can be a difficult one. And especially without these easy Pharah sightlines, the Torbjorn turret will be critical here. Once again, keeping that turret alive is the #1 priority. Defend the President, Madison. The President is your turret, and the Doomfist knows it. Look at that aggression. Not based on any of the players, just on the turret, because that turret will deny the Pharah so much space. Now, though, the Tire will catch the Pharah. Very nice. The Mercy's gonna go in for that Resurrect. Can Madison deny it? No, they cannot. They're too busy brawling with this Doomfist, and the Reinhardt on the ground. That pin's gonna be huge. But the Resurrect onto the Junkrat. Madison taking so much damage in this one. The Nano Boost comes onto Roadhog, and if they can find a good hook here, that could be a big turning point. They won't find it. And the Whales, the Baptiste will escape. And that could be critical, giving them a chance to re-engage into this one very quickly. Still, the Shatter held by Labrat 4. And that could be the ultimate that makes or breaks this next push. Coming up against a lot of ultimates, the Shatter can nevertheless win a fight if it's used effectively, stunning those enemy heroes for just long enough that your team is able to take advantage. But now that amplification matrix is really big. The Roadhog is going to be able to pick off Madison's counterpart, and the Junkrat going down there as well, trying for a sneaky Riptide or something. The Molten Core is going to come out. That lava preventing the Monterey Whales from progressing further. That barrage is really big. It finds the turret and the Torbjorn. Mercy going down as well, and Madison are going to have a hard time stalling this one. Who's even left? They find the Pharah, but the Resurrection is sure to be soon, because it always has been. That Mercy finds every Resurrect. The hook to cancel Whole Hog, and the Whole Hog in response from Lil Galaxy, man. Really heads up play there to get rid of that ultimate for Madison. But the Widowmaker pick onto the Mercy. I didn't even see the swap, but this Widowmaker could be clutch. The Mercy going down means no res for Madison. They're not going to have that, or no res for the Whales, and they're not going to have that opportunity. But can anybody touch the point? With 0.05 meters remaining, the ball can't keep touching, though. And I can hardly talk fast enough to keep up with this play. Heroes switching and swapping left and right. But eventually, with just a couple seconds remaining, the Whales will sneak this one into the final checkpoint.
I think the Whales catching wind of the strategy that the Marvels are using here. The Torbjorn turret, as you said, getting very focused down. Melon Man knows the target, knows the President, and will start targeting that down. The Torbjorn turrets, if they continue with this Torbjorn turret, well, maybe not on the attack. They're going to have to make sure that those placements are extremely safe. The turret has been focused down a lot, and that's a little bit of the downfall, though. Again, the Whales able to see through the Marvel strategy and take a full capture. Again, 20 seconds remaining. Marvel's going to have to top that.
Well, Cody, the Torbjorn turret has one major flaw. It does a lot of damage, this very consistent 20 or so damage per second, which is quite a bit. Really, it's like a DPS hero landing all of their shots, but it has one fatal flaw. It kind of can't move. It's a little bit stuck in place. And Madison, they are giving themselves a very diveable target when they present that Torbjorn turret, and Melon Man on the Doomfist, that's an expert at diving those targets. Sea Serpent as well, able to launch those rockets at long range. It's almost impossible to miss, really. But Madison here, what's this? The Reinhardt and Zarya, this brawl that has not worked out for them in the past, what's going to change for them? Little Galaxy Man finds the hook onto the Ana, and the Ashe goes down as well to that spam from Pharah. They have a Widowmaker now, the double hit scan coming out. All it takes is a couple of headshots, and Pharah and Mercy can drop here. That's exactly what's going to happen. A clutch Widowmaker headshot. The Resurrect can't be denied. No, but the Mercy will die for it. And now the Pharah is going to be without a Mercy. The Zarya damage will be significant. And the Pharah goes down. Yes! The headshot for Madison. The Widowmaker drops, but the Widowmaker's no longer needed. The Pharah's gone. The Mercy's gone. Madison, they've achieved their objective, and pushing past this first corner here, they'll be doing it really quickly now. The Reinhardt Brawl is going to be taking a lot of damage, but the Zarya does have the opportunity to keep it up. Monterey Bay, their tanks are antied. They're not going to be able to receive that healing, but the Zarya has to back up. Little Galaxy Man goes down. A great shot from Ghost to take that quick elimination. And now flanking here is Ghost, but the Pharah is back. And they needed to recognize that one just a little bit sooner, as the Widowmaker will drop as well. This double hit scan, it is a counter to the Pharah Mercy. We've seen it happen. We just need to see it happen a little more consistently, as the Mercy will drop to the Pharah now as well. But that's a nice headshot. The Resurrect's going to need to come out now. And Madison, they have every interest in denying it. Look at them. They're taking that space where the Pharah went down. And that's a great countercharge onto the Reinhardt. The Immortality Field coming out to try to keep him up, but it's not going to be enough. The Reinhardt taking so much damage will drop now quickly. And the Amplification Matrix on high ground, but Madison, they're long past that. They're past the choke point. They don't need to look at that Amplification Matrix, and this could be a flank shatter, but it'll just be a pin taking down Melon Man on that McCree. The ultimate from Pharah will find one, but Madison, they've only lost two. They still have a fighting chance in this fight, especially with the shatter catching Galaxy Man down there. But the Immortality Field will keep those heroes up, but the Nano Boost onto Reinhardt, that'll be a lot of damage about to come out. And Mbae Gold 3 might not know what hit him with that pin, taking him down. Widowmaker drops for Madison, but they're going to need to be careful here. The Pharah taking a good bit of damage, and the Baptiste going down as well. Reinhardt wreaking havoc in the backline. Zarya resurrected back into the fight. The bubble comes onto the Reinhardt at a critical time, and the healing is there. It's going to be that Reinhardt doing every single bit of the work. Labrat 4 in the front line, in the back line, he's everywhere, and now they've just got a couple of heroes left to clean up.
Gotta respect this pharmacy combo, though. Sea Serpent trying to keep the backline, keeping the Marvels split up here. And so a little bit of a hiccup as the escort payload doesn't get as far as maybe it could have, as the ultimate barrage goes out onto Lunar Eclipse, denying that Mercy res, that ever so important
Frost. Frost is going to be caught on the point there, trying to stay alive on that Zarya, but two critical ultimates are ready now. It's going to be the Graviton Surge and the Earth Shatter, and if Madison want a chance in this first best of 3, they're going to need to get a lot of work with just those two ultimates, because they've got 50 seconds remaining. With how far the payload is, this could very well be their last chance, and their Reinhardt is getting chased down here. Reinhardt will drop, thankfully does not commit that crucial Earth Shatter, but now with 40 seconds left, they're going to need to be quick about it. They're going to need to regroup, and they're going to need to be ready to absolutely dominate this fight. The Bob is ready as well, though. That stalling 7th man on the team. Melon Man with the dead eye catches too. The flank is incredible for him. But now, oh, what is this? It's going to be Jagged Placebo on the Pharah of his own. The resurrection onto the Ana will be there. And now Madison's Pharah. If you can't beat him, join him. And Madison appear to be doing just that. With 10 seconds remaining, it's going to be a challenge to touch the cart, but that Earth Shatter catches so many. Madison with the pin in. The Earth Shatter won't find anything for Monterey, and that hammer will be brutal for Frost, but the whole hog trying to push them off the point. Can anybody even continue contesting? Yes, it's going to be Jagged Placebo on the Pharah, a couple left, but the Ana and the Reinhardt, those are some critical things to drop. And Madison's comp, they're falling apart. They only have a few left. The Resurrect onto the Ashe is perfect, but Bob already expended. What ultimates are they going to have? They're close to the barrage, but the ball coming back. The Wrecking Ball stalled. That's a big slam, doing a lot of damage. And it looks like Madison, they might just barely be able to sneak their way into this first point. As those couple of eliminations do go their way, it's the Pharah left. Pharah versus Pharah, a duel in the skies. And neither one wins, actually. It's sort of a stalemate. But the enemy Pharah, Sea Serpent will just be forced to back away, and that'll be enough. Madison, time added to their clock.
I was definitely skeptical about this Pharah pick coming out from Jagged Placebo here. It's not, again, we're talking about a Pharah being a problem. A Pharmacy, as well as even a Doomfist, mobile characters. Very highly mobile characters.
Oh, that's a big barrage.
A Pharah just doesn't click to me, but so far it's being able to really effectively deal with characters like the Roadhog on their backline.
Oh, that's a questionable ult there for Jagged Placebo. Does catch the Mercy out, but that's not going to be quite enough, I don't think. Madison, they are staggering here. They need to group up as a team. The Wrecking Ball going down, and they are close to those mines. It makes sense that they're staying on that pick, but the Wrecking Ball might not get as much value as the more traditional Reinhardt in this situation. But as for the Pharah, I mean, think about it. Madison, they're running the Pharah Ashe. They have the Pharah to deal damage and the Ashe to contest the enemy Pharah. The Monterey Whales, they don't have the Ashe. They have a Doomfist instead. They have no hit scan who can effectively contest Madison's Pharah, which makes the job of Jagged Placebo on this hero much easier than that of Sea Serpent 22. So it's really a great counter pick, playing Pharah Mercy into Pharah Mercy Doomfist.
I would have to give it to you there, as we do see some awesome plays coming out from our Pharmacy as a huge
that's a big grab.
Surge comes out.
As well. That is going to be absolutely huge. So much damage onto the tanks. They'll all fall so low on health. Madison's Mercy goes down, but the Reinhardt of the enemy team, that's an exchange that you'll take any day, especially if your Pharah can pop off like that. The rocket finds him in the sky. And now just a couple heroes remain, and they're so scattered here. Little Galaxy Man trying to survive on the hog here, but against so many, what chance are you going to have? Not very much, and that's a lot of ult charge going over to Madison. They're coming close to their own barrage, while Sea Serpent not close at all. Madison 4 looking for this duel, catches a one rocket onto Sea Serpent. Can they find another? The Wrecking Ball going in to disrupt the backline, and they stayed on this Wrecking Ball even after the mines went out. Bob going into the backline to disrupt things, and it's just such an incredible job done by Madison. The Reinhardt in the back, oh, that's an Earth Shatter, catches 3! Oh my goodness, they're going down so quickly here and running out of time to resurrect onto the Lucio, but the Lucio is not going to be able to hold this one alone. And just when they had so many hopes, the barrage will not do enough. And they were so close.
That's
but the Whales...
Sneaky. Earth Shatter in the end. Holy moly. I don't know what to say, folks. That caught me off guard. I'm sure the Whales able to take the victory here in this final moments. The Marvels looking strong in the end, but that amazing play coming out. We'll have to see how it goes, as now the Whales did take the victory.
In that first series, we'll be going on to a second series, though, where Madison, they'll need to recuperate. Now, no advantage for them. That advantage has just been erased. It's going to be the next best of 3 for all the marbles.
We'll be right back with that as we set up and do a little pep talks with the coaches. Stick around for that. More exciting, wonderful XP League Overwatch Gold gameplay going into it. See you then.
Yeah, I'm not gonna rep Sigma's one hit. Sigma's down. Alright. Head back up. Alright, root for telling.
Esports is a multi-billion-dollar industry. We're taking that and we're delivering it to elementary and middle school kids. We're bridging the gap between conventional athletics and competitive gaming.
Yo, you guys are getting pretty wrecked by that. Alright, push up with me, push up with me.
What brought me to XP League is the experience of my children. I had always hoped and wanted them to be a part of a youth athletics team. They all love competitive gaming, so why not marry their passion with what I'm hoping for them to learn and achieve, and put healthy, solid values in place in something that the kids want to do and are excited about doing. XP League allows kids who aren't interested in sports to gain that same coach-led experience that you would get playing hockey or baseball. And we found a way to deliver that as a business model that is not only successful for the kids who participate in it, but it's also successful for the franchisees who get involved.
The first XP coin going out to Jason.
Through a partnership with the Positive Coaching Alliance, our coaches go through a double goal certification. They learn not only how to work through the strategies of the different games they're playing, but they also work through how to impact these kids' lives in a positive way. They get to mark and highlight behaviors and attributes that will lead to long-term life skills.
Focus more, focus more, focus more.
One thing is like to get to the point. They know if they don't touch it, it will be over, so they're going to trickle in one by one. And I promise, the Dino by the Nomad. Fantastic play by Noah. And somehow, the Nomads actually hold off the point and force a third game. Unbelievable.
Through a really exciting partnership with AIMLab, we're able to offer something that is unheard of in this age bracket. We have kids working on the same technology that the pros are training to improve their skills.
One of the really cool things about AIMLab is the fact that you can compare yourself to pro players. This allows our players to be able to rise to the challenge and to be able to level up.
Pick up the mech. Got him. Nice job.
Partnerships like Raven help separate XP League from all the other players in the youth esports industry. These kids wear their jerseys, the same jerseys that pro gamers wear, and they beam with confidence.
She was really excited for the jerseys. She wears it often.
As soon as we saw the one that he got, we all wanted our very own, and so we're getting our own jerseys for the family.
He would never take off the jersey.
Not only do we get the same jerseys that the professional gamers wear, they're also creating all of our custom logos for all of our teams. Raven brings the highest quality and creativity to the gamers of XP League.
Our franchisees are called league commissioners. And the reason we call them that is because we provide them a league in a box. So each independent commissioner will have access to 20 teams that they can run over various seasons, over various games. We've thought of everything for them. The objective is to make it as easy as possible to put this model together and make it successful. In your league in a box, you've got the partnerships with the manufacturers. We've got your coaching partners set up to train your parent volunteers. It is a low-cost model that you can roll out and be up in gaming within months.
All right, welcome everyone to the...
Every game awards experience points. And what we built here is an experience. Professional level equipment, the top tier partners in esports. They're also getting the experience of sportsmanship values, of working with mentors and coaches, and of being part of a team. It's all about the experience.
I need you. I need you. No, you've been now. You like him. Get to the world. Good game. Good.
Alrighty, folks, we are going into the second match of the grand finals. The Whales taking the first match, meaning that the Marvels have one last chance to win against this monstrosity of a team. And if they are able to, they're going to take it. But Whales, if they take it, that's going to mean they're going to be your series winner. So this is for all the Marvels, I believe. Marbles. Not Marvels? Marbles.
I would note, though, we do have a best of 3 here. It's not just going to be this one map, not just Ilios here. We are going to get a second chance. This control map can be a little bit uncomfortable, but it's going to be the Madison team taking a composition that's going to be a little bit new for them here. Going to be the Lucio, Moira, May Reaper, Rein, Zarya, Rush. Super aggressive sort of composition that aims to separate enemy targets and freeze them with that May. They're going to be trying it out here, and it's an interesting answer. Sea Serpent, meanwhile, that is not a Pharah.
I was just about to say the same thing. While we're switching it up, they almost got in our heads and said,
"Oh, that's a Reaper."
Oh, a little juke it out for us casters. As they both playing the rush comp a little bit.
The pin! The Reinhardt to the side! It does catch the Lucio, which could be valuable, but at the same time, losing her Reinhardt is brutal. Our May goes down as well to that Doomfist punch. So unfortunate. What is this composition? This is an incredibly different sort of look for the Monterey Whales. The Brigitte Lucio, it's going to be limited in healing, and Madison are going to find some picks as a result of that, and it looks like they might be able to turn this one. Actually, the Reaper with the Hellfire shotgun up real fast here, and Madison, they are finding the eliminations, but the Lucio back into this one as well. The pin, yes, finding Sea Serpent on the Reaper, and Madison, they might just be able to take this one. The May trying to freeze people up, and just a couple caught in the corner there. The Winston's gonna freeze, and so low for Madison. The Reinhardt does drop, and the Doomfist is doing so much damage to Madison, but this initial fight just seems to never end. The May wall separating up the point, making things extremely chaotic and difficult to handle, but it looks like finally the Monterey Whales will be able to get a handle of it. But just barely, and look at how long it took them. What a close fight. So many ultimates almost built. The Earth Shatter close for Madison, the Death Blossom close, the Coalescence at 70%. At the same time, though, the Whales have a lot of ultimates online already.
We do see a quick pick switch out for Jagged Placebo going on to that Junkrat, able to dish out a lot of explosion damage, as we see there. In this close quarter combat, it's very effective.
The rally used when 2 are already gone, and you can see it gets no value. The Death Blossom going to be doing so much damage here, and it's just the Primal Rage left. That Winston is not going to be lasting long on that point. You can see the Junkrat, the Reaper. Those are 2 of the highest damage heroes you can imagine in Overwatch. And that'll be a quick flip for Madison, holding on to those crucial support ultimates and Earth Shatter as well. All they had to spend was the Death Blossom to get into that one. And at the same time, the Monterey Whales, they spent their Primal Rage. They spent their Rally ultimate. Those are 2 very crucial ultimates that are now all but wasted, as they weren't even really able to get a foothold in the fight.
Marvel's looking to be at this close quarter. A lot of very effective close quarter combat characters.
Oh, the Meteor Strike could be dangerous for them. That's a lot of damage. The beat comes in from both sides. That extra health will give them a little bit of staying power in this fight, but the Lucio and Moira both drop. A huge Shatter finds 5, but the Death Blossom will be just clearing things up. And Madison, they delay for a while, but in the end, they will not quite be able to find it. However, they will force just about every single ultimate that the Monterey Whales had. 42% to 40. It's very close here, and Madison looking to engage again so quickly. This Lucio speed is absolutely critical for them. They're getting into these fights so much quicker than they might otherwise. Their Reinhardt takes a lot of damage, though. They're going to need to be careful. Lucio almost knocked off the map, but that's a big grab. It's going to catch both tanks, who are going to take a lot of damage, but it's our Reinhardt who drops. Madison lose their Rein, and with no mercy, that's going to be that for this fight. The Coalescence will be committed, but it'll be canceled out by a Doomfist punch, I believe, and the pin as well to catch that Moira out. Now Madison, that is a couple of ultimates that they could not afford to lose. 67% and counting. They're only going to have a couple good chances left at this, and they'll need to regroup as they're being chased all the way back to their spawn doors.
I'm getting nervous here, Bennett. This is again, we see the strength of the close quarter combat, but the Whales proving to be a very mechanically effective team. See that
the
Sea
jump right off
Serpent
the
on Sea Serpent on that Reaper still is very effective. The Doomfist ult coming
huge.
down.
That's a huge meteor strike as well, catching so many. Madison, they're going to be desperately stalling if they can do it at all. Nice play from the Lucio. Frost getting on that point, but will be taken out so quickly there. And that will be that for the first round. But once again, that's not even the first map. We have 2 more points of Ilios to go. However, the rush composition, that might have been its strongest moment on that very closed-in lighthouse point. The other 2 points, Well and Ruins, are going to be much more difficult for the rush composition. This will be Ruins, a map that is often dominated by a long-range hit scan. Think Widowmaker, think Ashe, these snipers that can absolutely destroy a team if left unchecked. Thankfully for Madison, it doesn't appear that we will be seeing any of that out of the Whales, and it looks like they might be anticipating something like it out of Madison. You can see they're going on those dive tanks, the Ball, the Winston, Lil Galaxy Man considering between them, and they're going on to a much brawlier comp here, the Sigma Orisa, and then coming out with the Torbjorn Moira Lucio to keep the healing on. This is a smart composition choice. It's going to be a risky map to play it on. They're going to be slow to get to point, especially compared to the Whales. You can see that Lucio getting to the point first. Madison are going to have to come in through a disadvantaged position, and they lose their Baptiste early to that spam damage. That's so unfortunate. The Torp turret blown up, and the Monkey just to deal a little bit of extra damage. They should just reset at this point. Madison have lost so many, and they'll lose their Moira as well, needing to regroup here. 50% of the Coalescence, that could be an engagement tool for them, but the Sigma losing so much health here to Lil Galaxy Man's Winston, giving them so much trouble. They need to find these stunning cooldowns that Sigma and Orisa both have at their disposal in order to engage against this Monkey. But now the Monkey in the back line is going to be so dangerous against those squishy heroes. The barrage already built, but it is dropped very early, and the Resurrect, oh my goodness, the Resurrect out onto the Pharah. The Amplification Matrix committed to no gain, and that'll be a clear wipe against this Madison team. Monterey Whales, they might be looking for the spawn doors here, as they're going to hold at this very first choke with these pillars.
We saw at the very beginning, and the Marvels anticipated this Pharah pick coming back from Sea Serpent that's been so extremely strong against them. They're going to continue to try and counteract this composition.
Yes, the Widowmaker!
Getting the
Widowmaker finds, yes!
Finding 2!
Oh my goodness. Widow finds the Pharah and the Mercy. Madison lose their DPS in response, but it might be okay. Their tanks, freed from that responsibility of defending against that damage, might just have a chance into this one. Their Reinhardt is dropping, but Madison, they've flanked around to the point here, losing the Hanzo on the enemy team, but the Mercy will go down. D.Va not going to have a great time brawling on the point against all of these heroes, especially as Pharah and Mercy come back into the fray. And Madison, a valiant attempt, but now 75% and counting, they'll be pushed back.
We saw
that's a great pick.
We saw the great Earthshatter coming out onto the Marvels that really split up the Marvels a lot there. They had a point, had 3 on the point, but that Earthshatter completely stopped.
Oh, the Mercy dropped
to go through.
The Mercy going down, and now Madison charging onto the point. Valiant. The Baptiste down, though, is going to be so unfortunate for them. The Mercy, their only source of healing, and she'll go down as well. And that could be that for Madison's chances on Ilios. They're going to need a miracle to come back into this one. The Pharah simply cannot be taken out of this fight. The Reinhardt going down as well. So much damage. The D.Va Bomb is there, but nobody to touch the point. And that D.Va Bomb will not be enough. The Tracer trying to stall, but the Barrage just dealing so much damage. The Baptiste not going to be able to get to the point in time. And the Whales, they take what could be the second to last map of the Grand Finals.
Again, Whales looking extremely strong here. I'm thinking back here. I want to know what happened in that round where the Marvels, looking back in the bracket, Marvels very effectively defeated the Whales, and the Whales are now giving them a run for their money in this final match. Maybe the Whales, I don't know, they're filled with determination to win this match. I'm not sure, but a big comeback coming back for the whales here. I'm not sure what else to think about it. We're going to get set up for the next round for that. We got the Madison Marvels going to be picking, and the Whales going to be banning some maps. So some strategy going to need to come through for the Marvels against this tremendous force, this tremendous whale of a beast, the Whales. We'll be right back with more tremendous Overwatch gameplay in just a moment. Stick around.
I have this cool jersey, I have this cool armrest. They made really close new friends through gaming, and this was an opportunity for them to be part of a team.
Get the right ball, right down.
You get to feel like we're actually in the big leagues.
Good game.
Good.
Alrighty, folks, we're coming back at it with map 2 of the last and final game of the XP League regional match for the Overwatch Gold League. It's been an exciting one for ya. The Whales have taken the first map and it's up to the Marvels here to win on their pick of the Nepal map to possibly see a round 3, or map 3, and possibly eke out the win. Marvel's pulling all the stops here to try and eke it out. I want to correct one quick thing that I said before, that the Marvels did win against the Whales. That is not the case. The Eagles won against the Whales in a prior match. And so I honestly, to me, that doesn't change too much of the thought process there, where I said the Marvels winning against the Whales and now they're getting demolished. I think the Eagles winning against the Whales, against where the Marvels won against the Eagles many times, maybe it comes down to comp and character picks, but this is throwing me for a big loop.
I mean, speaking of composition, look at this from Madison. They're coming out here with the Wrecking Ball and Roadhog. These are both... I mean, the Roadhog hooks have the potential to counter the Pharah. Madison, that is a beautiful rocket onto the Pharah. The Resurrection is available, but the Mercy drops in the process, and now it'll be a Pharah without a Mercy against a Pharah with one for the side of Madison. They're going to have a chance at this one. And Sea Serpent without the Mercy is going to have a much harder time staying alive into this one. The Junkrat does drop for Madison, but Melon Man goes down as well, and Sea Serpent drops. Madison losing their Baptiste. They'll be on Mercy heals only, but it might be just enough to clear out this fight. Just the Winston left taking so much damage. Actually, the Lucio here as well, but Madison, they're able to deal so much damage. The trickling back in from the Whales will not be enough. The Resurrect canceled, but a Wrecking Ball. And very nice. Looks like we're looking for a pause for the Whales, but that first point should be going the way of the Marvels just about as soon as we get back.
I'm not sure what the pause is about, but the player's requesting one of the pause. Getting some tense moments here.
Yeah, both teams,
I think,
really raring to go here.
Now I'm gonna call it here. I think if I need to get a pause request from one of the coaches. I've been pretty lenient and got the pause requests from the players, but we're in the grand finals here. I need to make sure that the coaches are on their game, and so I will not pause no more until and yes, so the kids calling out the pauses. I'm not going to keep that up here, and so the unpause is going to come through.
All right, just a Lucio left, and the Baptiste coming back in for Madison should be enough to keep the Wrecking Ball up here. Wrecking Ball, where is the Wrecking Ball? Okay, getting healed up by the Baptiste, that's good. And giving a lot of ult charge to the Amplification Matrix. The Mine's ready now. Madison all ready to brawl on point with those Mines. And now, Madison's Pharah doing a really good job here. Great job from Jagged Placebo. Maybe not matching Sea Serpent quite yet, but definitely giving them a run for their money. Those Mines for Madison are absolutely impeccable, doing so much damage. The beat from the Whales is going to have to be expended just to counter that. Madison do lose their Wrecking Ball, but the Reinhardt falls on the other side, and it's just going to be the Winston left taking so much damage here. The Immortality Field will be absolutely necessary. That's a huge tire. It's going to find 2. The point flips over, but that might be brief, as so many have fallen on the side of the Whales. Madison, they just need to find their way back into this one. And it'll be the Pharah on both sides doing a lot. The Junkrat gets resurrected here. Both Pharahs coming up on their barrages. The Reinhardt coming back in, but it's not going to be with much of a team. It's just going to be the Pharah. The Reinhardt pinning out, but not going to find anyone. And Madison, they'll be able to recapture this in just a moment. Staggering out the Reinhardt, and they hardly spend any significant ultimates. What they spend is that Junkrat Riptire and the Minefield. And the Minefield, look at that ultimate charge from Frost, doing an incredible job on the ball. 80% to that Minefield once again. They are going to have to counter the Shatter, though, and without a Reinhardt, that'll be a challenge.
I've been told that my words have extreme power and that I jinx these players a lot. And so I'm not going to say a lot as
far a mercy.
You know, I shouldn't have even spoke, honestly. but the Marvels still do have a chance here. The ultimate
the window
barrage
is
coming
committed.
through.
Okay, the barrage is going to be sufficient. The barrage and the Deadeye do have to be spent. The Shatter's still available, but Madison, they have the mines, they have the barrage, they have the Valkyrie, they have a lot of abilities, and if they can just find a foothold onto this point, one fight will take them within winning territory, depending. That's a big barrage, potentially taking a lot of space on the point. Nobody even really challenging it. It doesn't find all that much, but the mines go out on the side of the point here. The Reinhardt trying to clear them up. The Pharah is down on the side of the Whales, and the Reinhardt taking so much damage now. The Junkrat managing to stay up. The tanks are falling on the side of the Whales, and Madison, what a clean fight. They save some of their most impactful ultimates, and they're about to flip over the point. Just need to take out one Lucio, and that'll happen in just a moment. Now the Whole Hog and the Riptire are available to close this one out. The Monterey Whales still holding on to their Earth Shatter, and they have the Primal Rage and Sound Barrier coming up as well, but with only 15 seconds to touch the point, they're going to be rushed for it. Oh my goodness. So close to going down. That Winston, they're going to have some trouble with that one. The Tire finds the Pharah. The Baptiste is down on the side of Madison, but the Resurrection is absolutely clutch from Lunar Eclipse. That is incredible. The Baptiste is so much healing, but it's not going to be enough. Or is it? The Pharah, the Roadhog, they're able to find so much damage. They're pushing the enemy team off at the point. The High Noon going to get kited out. They're going to be able to defend themselves against it. So few players remain for either team. The Madison, they almost have this one. The Reinhardt and the Winston both so low on health. The Wrecking Ball is able to stall this one out. Has a lot of health. They're gonna buy some time, crushing the Winston underfoot. The Pharah's still there though. Can the Pharah stay up? That's the key here. If the Pharah is able to stay up, this could be devastating. And the Resurrect onto the Wrecking Ball. No, that's gonna be onto the Reinhardt. But Madison, they're coming back into this point with 99% still. The overtime burns, but it looks like finally they might just have gotten cleared away. The Resurrect will not come through for Mercy. But now, Madison, they've still got quite a chance in this one. They have 2 fights, probably, to get back onto this point. And every ultimate got expended by both teams. The barrages are going to be the first things back. Oh, the Mercy goes down early. That Pharah is going to have no pocket now. No healing available for her. And now that damage is going to start to pour through for the Madison Marvels. The Wrecking Ball spinning to win gets hooked. Incredible work from Labrat on the Roadhog. Absolute clinic. And the the Amplification Matrix is going to increase that damage. The Immortality Field to try to keep the Wrecking Ball alive. The Pharah is going to fall for Madison, but the Wrecking Ball down on the side of the Whales. The mines are going to take down the Wrecking Ball, but both will fall. Madison trying to flip this point, but they've lost so many. The barrage is going to catch out Melon Man, and the beat is going to keep them in this one. The Whales, they're staying up for now. What a big hook onto the Mercy. She'll barely stay up there. The barrage from the other side now, but won't find any eliminations. It's the Whole Hog that could close out the round, trying to boop the remaining players off the point. It's the Wrecking Ball and Reinhardt who are going to need to hold this one down for the Whales, and now the overtime burns for the other side. The Marvels, they need to stay on this point or risk the C9, but they are able to do that right now. The Lucio falls. They need to take out this Mercy. The brawl on point is absolutely chaotic. Neither team is falling. The Pharah is so low on health for Madison, but is going to be staying in this one for now. The Baptiste goes down for them, but the Reinhardt drops on the other side. It's unclear where the advantage lies. The slam coming up from the Wrecking Ball, and now it's the mines for the other side. Madison are going to have a hard time staying on this point. Those mines are able to do so much damage, but they are going to do it for now. The Mercy and the Roadhog fall, but so many of them will fall. Madison, they're not quite able to stay in that one, and it could not have been closer. Round 1 goes to the Whales.
Looking back at the last couple maps from the Whales, that was extremely close coming from the Marvels. A 99 to 99 percentage. That right there was, again, extremely close coming from the Marvels. This is, I believe, a great chance. It is still anyone's game.
Yeah. The Pharah is doing an incredible amount of work for both of these teams, but it's really coming down to these Wrecking Balls, these minefields able to make so much space on a control point. And this isn't the Sea Serpent 22 show anymore. The teams are both getting to engage much more actively in these compositions. The tiny differences between each one, the Lucio or the Baptiste, the Roadhog or the Reinhardt, these are the things that are making the difference now. And every little moment is going to be absolutely so important. The res is going to be denied now. The Pharah Mercy falls early for the side of the Whales, and now Madison, they should have a clear advantage as long as they can take down this Doomfist, and they can. Perfect work from Jagged Placebo on the Pharah. The Wrecking Ball will try to stall, but the Wrecking Ball is going to have a hard time staying up against this whole team. Going to take some damage early, and look, you can stall as long as you want, but with 6 of the enemy team on the point, your Pharah might return, but she'll be having trouble too. Almost finds the barrage. This could be enough to turn the fight, but somehow the Wrecking Ball has stalled long enough that this fight might be turnable for the Whales. Madison going down, losing 1, with a pick off from their Wrecking Ball. The barrage, oh my goodness, it's absolutely massive. It fights 4. The Pharah, the Mercy, the Bap, the Hog, and that'll be the first fight against all odds. Maybe it'll go the way of the Whales, or maybe the Wrecking Ball will stall this one out once again. You can see them both. They're just hanging out. They're saying hi. We're gonna hang out together on the point. Madison loses their Pharah, but their Wrecking Ball, he's still spinning. Finally, the point will flip over, but look how long it took. Almost 2 minutes in this map before either team could find it.
I am mesmerized by the Whales Wrecking Ball just continuing to spin and spin and spin on that point.
Madison dropped the mines. That's going to be big. The Wrecking Ball had to lose his life to do it, but those mines could get a lot of value here. They are going to be cleared out, but the Amplification Matrix does come up here. The barrage finds the Reinhardt. The Riptire gets taken down from Madison, and they've lost their Baptiste. They're going to be low on heals unless they can find that Resurrect. Mercy's going to need to prioritize that one, but she can't. She needs to focus on healing her team. She can't let them down for even a second. And Madison at a disadvantage in this fight, to be sure. They're going to need this point. Every single percentage point is a little loss for them. They need to flip this as quickly as possible. Their Roadhog, though, almost does have this whole hog ultimate, and this could be a fight turner for this one. Trying to take down that Pharah, but the Shatter, Madison staggered desperately here. And the whole hog will come out. It will be expended, but it might be a mistake as the Roadhog will fall halfway through to those rockets from the Pharah. 60% and counting Madison. They will need a way back into this one. And coming up against those dual DPS ultimates on the side of the Whales, it's going to be challenged.
Again, this ball has done so much work by just sitting and spinning on this point. The Marvel's not having a character to be able to counteract it, but the push is strong.
The dive from this Wrecking Ball. The barrage cannot be allowed to do this again. Yes, perfect. The takedown on the Pharah Mercy. Melon Man sitting in the back there on the trap. Nobody was able to take him down, and the Meteor Strike coming out here. Who's it going to be targeting? It'll be just going onto this point here. The pin not quite there from Reinhardt, and the Reinhardt is going to be so low on health. Does fall to the Doomfist eventually. 99%. Madison's mines come out, but the Reinhardt is again going to be trying to clear these out. Their Pharah goes down, and this is so close. The Baptiste here. The Lucio beat to keep the Whales so healthy here. The Wrecking Ball has fallen for Madison, and they're losing the critical members of their team. This could be the end for the Marvels. The tire is going to need to be huge, and it's not. The Junkrat to stall the point. One last desperate attempt for the Marvels. The mines now on the other side, and who's going to touch the point? It looks like no one can, as the Whales will take this map, and with it, take the grand finals.
The Whales crowned your victor of the XP League regional matches for the Overwatch Gold League. Congratulations to the Whales.
And you can see this Pharah work was just incredible. Finding 4 with that, not canceling the Resurrect actually, but taking down the Mercy after the Resurrect. Pharah came into clutch this game and every other map of this series. If we had to crown a player of the match, there's no question who it would be.
Sea Serpents coming on through.
Just absolutely clearing the way. First through the Eagles, then through the Marvels with 3 consecutive best of 3s. 6 map wins in a row. The Madison teams left by the wayside, taking 2nd and 3rd in this tournament. The Monterey Whales are your champions.
Again, congratulations to the Monterey Whales for being crowned your #1 spot, your victors for the XP League regional matches on the Overwatch Gold League. Coming from a Marvels man myself, though, it is bittersweet to say those words. It's been an amazing game coming at you for the entire regional matches. Yesterday, again, we saw the Marvels go undefeated in the winner's bracket, only to be defeated out by the Whales in the grand finale. Marvels taking second place. Again, bittersweet. It's been a wild ride, some ups and downs. Bennett, it's been so glad to have you join me for this little jump into the pool as the final match concludes. Thank you again, Bennett, for joining us.
Yes, thank you, Cody, for having me.
We are going to go to a small break as we possibly get some interviews from some of the kids. I'm not sure, though, but again, congratulations to the Monterey Whales for being your victors. Stick around for possibly some more. Thank you all for coming out for this awesome game. Have a good weekend. Alrighty, folks. I am got an interview here, joined by Lab Rat and Jagged Placebo. After a wild and crazy match, what are your initial thoughts and emotions and feelings coming out of that match? We'll start.
We lost, but in the end, we've got characters we need to work on, and we tried playing comps that didn't work. We should have just stuck to what we're good at, and we should have just played our game, and we should have done what we told ourselves we got to do in the beginning, make them switch for us.
We lost.
I mean, honestly, you guys put up a really good fight in there. Second place. I know that's kind of, I'm sensing a little bit of, I got the silver medal. Silver medal's not that great. Usually players in third are okay with getting third, and people in first are happy. Second place is always like one of the most feel-bads positions to be in. So I'm with you there. I'm at loss for words a little bit. You guys still made the grand finale, right?
you folks joined us for this regional match. We're going to go to nationals, right? You guys made the top teams. What, on a more happy note, going to nationals, what does that mean to you guys? What does going to nationals, being in that convention center, and just having a blast, what does that mean to you?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I didn't think much of when I signed up for a tournament. I thought it was just going to be a small tournament within Wisconsin, and then I kind of got light of the situation, and I'm like, oh my God, I got to try a little bit now. So.
I thought it was just that first part. I didn't know there was more to it, like this whole regional thing.
Yeah, so you guys are going to be going out to Raleigh, North Carolina, out in the summer to play in a convention center where we had the Rainbow Six Siege professional tournament. You're going to be playing against these same teams in a end-all be-all tournament for prizes like you got gaming gear and scholarships, a lot of really cool stuff on the line. So it's definitely going to be exciting. Maybe a surprise for you guys, but you guys did extremely well. What was one thing that you think your team did really well in at the very least for those last final matches today?
Not today as much, but in the past few games, we made them switch for us, like we said we wanted to. But today's game, we could not get them to switch for us. We should have just, as soon as we played our game, they were switching for us, and that's what was working. So we should have just kept it that way.
Yeah, I agree with what Riley said.
Well, I still want to come at it. You guys gave up a really good fight, especially in Nepal first map. What do you think got you guys to, at the very least, putting up an amazing fighting chance? Like, you gotta have done something good. You made it this far.
I don't know. We just stuck to what we were good at. We shouldn't have just listened to what people said. We should have stuck to what we were good at.
Well, what was it that you were good at then?
Just the comp we've been running. We shouldn't have switched it.
Just a heavy brawler death comp. Like, we just get in there and mess them up, and then they have to switch the characters that counter that.
We needed to target the Mercy more.
Yeah.
I'm gonna cut you guys a little slack here, because again, like you guys talking about a brawl comp, that takes a lot of teamwork. That takes a lot of coordination. That takes a lot of in-game knowledge. So for you guys you guys joined a tournament to try out for this and made it in, and for you guys to join and practice on your own and just make it this far, that right there, for you guys to be team players the entire time, is tremendous amount of skill. So you guys keep talking about like how, we should have done this, we should have done that, but you guys did amazing. You guys went undefeated and made it to the grand finales. It's just that one pick. And I think, again, cut yourself some slack. I think you guys did amazing going into those games. Beyond some of the obvious, a sea serpent, what do you think was what the Whales did that kind of put them ahead of the game beyond getting good picks or whatever? Do you think there was that there was any like team coordination or anything?
It was the fire. Everything. The rest of the team was okay. The pharmacy was what mattered. The rest of the team just didn't do much. It was built around the fire.
We have good players, but we don't have the players we need to stop a pharmacy. And when we need a McCree, we didn't have a McCree player. We have a lot of time. We're gonna go practice. We're gonna get good at these easy kill characters like McCree and Roadhog and Baptiste and other heals, because we don't have a wide range on healers, but we're going to practice those characters and we're going to go to nationals and mess them up.
Some of us need other healers.
Yeah.
Like Lily's good with other healers, but Mercy, we can't just have a Mercy. It works, but having another healer would be better sometimes.
Yeah, so we're hoping to get a lot of practice. We have a couple months or so, I mean in August, before that time, so you have a lot of time to prepare. With that being said, you guys going to nationals. For sure, you guys are going to be playing against the Whales at some point. If you could just look at the camera and let them know, what would you like to tell the Whales, knowing that you're going to be playing them in nationals?
Mercy, you better be scared, because I swear I will hook you out of the sky every single time I see you up there.
Nothing really.
You're going to dogfight them?
I did that, but as soon as I did that, we lost the pharmacy, and then it just went downhill from there.
Oh, well, we're going to dogfight them better.
I mean, coming from Lab Rat, I think that's some awesome words. We're coming for you. The Marvels are coming for those Monterey Whales out in nationals. Thank you guys for coming in and doing an interview. Do you guys have anything else you want to say? Final thoughts? Anyone to thank at all?
I'm good.
All right. Well, thank you guys for coming into the interview. That's been it for us in the coverage there. Thank you again for coming to the interview. We'll be right back for a little bit of a closing statement, and we'll see you there. Alrighty, folks. That's going to do it for our coverage from Madison of the XP League regional matches this whole weekend. What a wild ride it's been. We got the Fortnite teams coming out. Again, top 16. I have yet to look at the scores for the Fortnite teams. Top 16. It was really close in contention there. So again, I gotta look at the scores and send that out and let the players know. But a really tough match. We saw a lot of great plays from the Marvels Gold and the Eagles Gold, as well as the Silver players coming out really strong in those matches. And then not to mention the Overwatch games. We saw the Marvels go undefeated in the winners bracket yesterday. The Eagles very closely go undefeated, only being defeated by the Marvels themselves. That right there, if you were joining me for that, that right there was an insane. I was speechless.
And now going into the grand finale here of the Madison Marvels versus the Whales, Eagles gave it their tough time and kind of warned the Marvels the strength of the Whales. And the Marvels did their darndest in those last matches to try and pull out that Sea Serpent, though. Very strong. We've said it many times over the cast. It's been a wild ride. It's been a wild ride. I want to thank everyone for coming out and watching us, being there for us, and just having an awesome time. I want to thank Bennett for coming on out. I want to thank Coach Alex for the awesome Fortnite pep talks. I want to thank our new commissioner. I want to thank our new commissioner, Luis. I just actually heard really quick. I think they want to give a quick, a couple announcements there. Let's have him kind of swing on in. Luis.
Yes.
Coming in, I wasn't probably prepared, but like, how do you feel about regionals today?
Yeah, it's just amazing to see the growth of the players today over yesterday. You know, some players had, you know, not the greatest performance in day one, and just being able to bring it back for day two and really find that focus and find that energy and, you know, bring those leadership skills and then put it to test. I know in Fortnite, I don't know if you made the announcement yet.
Oh, I didn't get to see the scores quite yet.
But if there's anyone from Fortnite watching, both Madison teams are going to nationals, which is awesome. I know there's a lot of anxiety and feelings about whether or not people are going. We'll have an official email sent out in the next, you know, either day or 2 days from now. But just for anyone watching who's from Fortnite, both teams made it, which is...
It's just hitting me a little bit, realizing that all the teams eligible to go to nationals from our location are going to nationals.
Yeah,
that
and it took a really... I at least for the Marvels and Fortnite goal, it took an insane performance game one in order to make that happen, because they were right on the cutoff, really, really close to the cutoff. So that performance got them to go. Congratulations to all the teams. It's just been such a great day of video games and a lot of emotions and learning experiences, and it just really feels like we're changing lives with video games.
And I mean, we're going to change lives even further with an amazing event, the North American Finals in August. I can imagine, for the Fortnite players that just heard that announcement, I can picture a couple of them jumping to the moon right now with elation and excitement.
Yes.
I'm looking forward to going there, seeing these kids duke it out. These matches for the regionals have been a pleasure to watch. I don't know about you, but to think that they're only going to step up their game for nationals.
Yeah, and it's a little less than 2 months away, and so if there's any parents who are listening who know of any potential companies who are willing to help sponsor the players and the families to go, please reach out to myself at Luis, Luis, .PUESAN at xpleague.gg, or you can reach out to the Vice Commissioner Cody.
I guess we could do Madison WI at xpleague.gg. It's a little bit easier to remember.
And that works too. So we want
to make sure that all these kids have we're sending everyone, so we want to make sure that all the kids have the opportunity to go regardless of their situation. And so if you want to sponsor some kids, get them going to a dream of theirs or a chance of a lifetime, hit us up.
Yeah. And I think that concludes pretty much all the announcements. Again, super, super proud of all the players. It was just so awesome to see how everyone came together, cheer each other on and, strategize and, a lot of things happening. But it's just really, really exciting.
Thank you again for everyone coming out. Thanks to all the staff here at the Madison, Wisconsin. I forgot what we're called. We're called XP League. Been a great weekend. Pleasure casting for you. Thank you, Luis.
Yep, thank you.
We'll see you next time for some more season coverage. The normal season. We're going back to normal. See you then.
Bye.